Hello, everybody, and welcome to another CRL Saturday. That's right, you know it, you love it. We're back, the CALALAS Cup Gold Edition. I'm Andrew Guy, joined by Jackson Juicy J Wall, one of the biggest streamers in the world. Juicy, how you doing, buddy? How's it feel to be back?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited for today. We have a lot of great competitors. We have some new faces. I'm just really excited to cast as always, Andrew.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into our players. We have world champion after world champion after world champion, a couple repeat worlds in there, some brand new faces, as you said. But Juicy, also brand new is the meta right now. Last month, it was a lot of Royal Giant. It was a lot of Drill. It was actually a decent amount of Graveyard. This month is so different. Talk to me really quickly about the meta because of the Evo Barrel, and then talk to me a little bit about the new card that seems to have vanished from the face of the earth before we get into all the nitty-gritty and the battles.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of log bait, a lot less Royal Giant. There's still a little bit of Graveyard in the mix, a little bit of Drill. I think, as always, even though it's not used on ladder, I think Minor Rocket or Minor Poison can be pretty solid in CRL. And you're right, the Spear Empress, really nowhere to be found. I did hear that Riley and Mo in practice are starting to like it a little bit. So I'm actually really excited to maybe see it today because you don't really see it much on ladder.
Yeah, and Mo has surprised us many, many times before using cards or maybe archetypes that aren't super popular at the moment, and then they become pretty popular. So let's get into the action. How did we get here? Why are we all here? And like we said, there's new faces, so that new face must have gone through this journey, Juicy.
Yes.
Talk to me about the large format to get to the finals format.
All right, so first thing you gotta do is you gotta get top 1000 Path of Legends. Anyone watching the stream, if you guys want to play in events like this, if you want to try to qualify for World Finals, you just gotta get top 1000 in ranked on ladder in Clash. Next is the event qualifiers. The 1000 players compete in 9-round Swiss stage, and the top 32 of that Swiss go on to the group stage. And only the 12 people from that group are going to be qualifying for the event finals here.
Yeah, and that's where we're at. The event finals, 12 players facing off, double elimination, as you guys know. Golden ticket for the person in first place, and of course the silver ticket for the person that lands in that second place spot. And of course, last month we did give away 2 of those. Ian77 and Sub were able to take those. Sub is back, Ian is not. But obviously a lot of other great people in this competition. And of course, we're talking about those tickets, but Juicy, there's a lot of money on the line. 50 grand every single month. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, here's the prize pool. Everyone's walking away with at least $1,000. But that first place grand prize is $15,000. That's a huge amount of money. And of course, every like win or two, you're going to be increasing your prize pool more and more. But like you said, it's not just about the money. It is a lot of money on the line here, but whoever's getting that first place is also qualifying for the World Finals to get a large portion of that prize pool as well.
Yeah, and then when we take a look at the CRL leaderboard points and the point breakdown for every single competition, the points are really, really important. They were really important last year. They're just as important this year. So the way that the points breaks down, as you guys can see, 100 points to the winner and the golden ticket. That 100 points in the golden ticket is always really interesting because it's almost like they're taking away that largest amount of points from everyone else because they're already getting the golden ticket to World Finals. So, of course, you do get the most for winning. Silver ticket getting 90, though, that's the really good spot because there's the last chance qualifier. But if you're getting second place or third place over and over and over, you're probably just going to make it straight up on leaderboard points. And talking about our leaderboard, Juicy, we had a great month of competition last month. I mean, we had, I mean, first of all, I think Ian coming out, surprising a lot of people, including myself, was great. Obviously, he has the most points, but we have a lot of repeat players that are here today as well.
Yeah, we have Sub. That's like the big one today. I think Sub is going to perform quite well once again. He's kind of become like a king of consistency in a way. So yeah, he's going to be able to get a lot more points. That's just another way that you can try to qualify for the World Finals. We also have Lucas and of course Muhammad Light here today. They're going to be doing a really good job as well. I think they're fairly consistent players. If you can get enough points, even if you don't win a golden ticket, if you can get enough points, you can still qualify for the CRL World Finals.
I know, really, when you talk about any of those 3 guys that you just mentioned, I could see any or all of them winning golden tickets by the end of this run. But Let's talk about the players of this month. Let's take a look at them, see how they did in the group stage. As you guys can see, I actually kind of love this GIF intro of everybody. It's cool.
Yeah.
You get to see all the players having a good time. And like I said, we have some insane players here. Obviously, Lucas here, who was just getting 4th place last month and World Finals last year, doing very, very well. But then when you look at the bottom of the screen, the first 3 of those 4 players on the bottom left-hand side. You have two-time world champions. You have Mo, who's done it back-to-back, who's the GOAT. You had Mugi, who did it 1 year on, 1 year off. And then, of course, you have Ruben back from Team Queso, who's been showing up a lot already in 2025, which is really, really exciting. Then you have Sandbox and Aslan, who are making their appearances again after being in World Finals a few years ago. Ardan's here, Sub is here. And then what you and I were talking about is Retired. We have a brand new name in the mix. And as we take a look here at our bracket and kind of how things break down, we can talk just a little bit more about the idea of someone like Retired coming into this, Juicy. I mean, you look at that, he's in Group C, he gets 2nd place. He performed really, really well. Obviously, all the guys at the top, Aslan, Mohamed Light, Ruben, and Ardan are all going to have a 1st round bye. So at most, they're going to play 1 time today.
Yep.
They will be safe no matter what, even if they lose that game. But anything that's popping out to you here in the mixes, I guess the other thing that we have to mention is that Asaf there, as you guys can see in Group C, in the 3rd place spot, got replaced by Ali, who's going to be now in that position, as you guys just saw in our graphics there. But yeah, any other names here that pop out to you that maybe almost made it, like Samuel Basoto, or there's Igor once again, who it seems like Igor is really kind of grind again in 2025, Juice.
Yeah, I love to see some returning players almost qualifying, but of the players that have qualified, we talked about a little bit, but as we look at the bracket here, I'm really excited to see Mugi again. I feel like he took a little bit of a hiatus. You talk about Retired, we checked his Royale API page, there was almost no competitive accolades, so it's going to be really cool to see what he has, like, as a rookie here. It would be really cool to see another kind of Rookie of the Year situation. And another thing to mention is GencAslan. He is a CRL World Finalist from 2022, but today he's got the bye. So the top of each group, as you can see, is going to have a bye, advance straight to the quarterfinals. Our first match of the day is going to be Lucas versus Ali. What are your thoughts on this matchup? I know, obviously, Lucas is one of the best players, one of the most consistent players. Ali, you know, we've seen a little bit of him, but I don't think you or I really know too much about him.
Yeah, when you talk about Ali at the competitive level, he's just not someone that we've seen a ton of. We have seen him a handful of times. He's an Argentinian. You know, he showed up in CRL League numerous times over the last few years, 2021 and 2023 and 2024 a lot. But number 16 was kind of that I guess magic number in a weird way, because you obviously want to get to the top 8 or the top 12, but he just kept getting in that top 16 over and over and over and over again. And now maybe in 2025 we're going to see him break on through. You know, Hugo is another name that I really like to see on this list. Hugo is a guy that kind of won me over a few years ago in other tournaments. You know, when we were doing more community tournaments, I believe back in 2023, I think is what sounds right, or and 2022, like the Snapdragon Pro Series. He did really, really well in those. You know, he was doing very well. Game Stars, I remember in 2021, showing up in all these smaller tournaments. But as you and I both know, Juicy, once you get to the highest level of competition, it changes things quite a bit, right? It's even when you talk about being in the top 1,000, just to get into this competition, or at least get into the qualifiers of this competition, that top 1,000 down to 500, down to the top 25, top 10. There's massive differences in levels there. So I do think it's going to be really interesting to see someone like Retired. You and I love stories like that. Never before seen in CRL. Like you said, no competitive accolades to his name. And then he shows up on the biggest weekend of the month. So this is it, guys. This is CRL 2025 CALALAS Cup Gold Edition. Make sure you guys are following along with everything Esports Royale EN on Twitter, following on whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, and that way you guys are able to be here again tomorrow. We'll be back in the same time, same place to crown our champion, give away that golden ticket. But it will not be Juicy and I. It'll actually be Rich and Joshua AC Sharon making his CRL debut in 2025. So I'm excited to watch those boys tomorrow juicy as you and I get into the action that we have today. Starting off with Lucas and Ali, so kind of get back to the question you were asking me is, while I am excited about this and I'm very curious to see how Ali does now that he's got, you know, the bright lights of the CRL stage and all that, everyone's going to be watching, Lucas has just been like on fire lately. I feel like that guy is just on track to win a world championship. He's training with the best. He's friends with the best. He's always in that mix. He got 3rd place last year. You know, he started the month off strong, getting 4th place last month. So I just feel like Lucas is in his groove. And we talked about him, you know, 2 years ago was kind of a down year for him. 2024 was a great comeback year. And ever since, I think, the beginning of 2024, he was the first person to win a golden ticket in 2024. He's just been kind of rolling. So I'm really excited to see what he does, you know, 1 year better, 1 year more mature, and kicking off our day today. And I do think the other part of it is there's a lot of pressure on Ali to start the weekend, to start the day of competition, whereas Lucas has felt this pressure many times before.
True. Yeah, I really like everything you just said. We're hopping to our first game of our upper round 1. Interesting. Lucas coming out with the Dagger Duchess. Usually in competitive Clash Royale, we see mostly Princess Tower. Even in some decks that usually use Cannoneer, a lot of the time it's Princess Tower all the way, just for a little bit more consistency. But Dagger Duchess, I'm not sure. It's probably going to be some sort of aggressive type of deck. A lot of the time, Dagger Duchess excels in a situation where you can apply lots of pressure, and then the counter-pushing units from your opponent kind of gets cleaned up easily. So yeah, we do see a giant deck from Lucas. Ali with a Tombstone to Zap, that makes him think Lava. Probably going to be a Lava here with a Spirit Empress. Very interesting.
I mean, I definitely would not have guessed that we were going to see Spirit Empress on game 1 of day 1, and I would have also not guessed that we were going to see this deck out of Lucas on game 1 of day 1. I thought we were going to see more of this style of deck last month with Goblin Giant, but instead, here we are. It's actually, you know, doing okay, and both of these players starting off with very interesting decks, in my opinion.
Interesting. So Inferno Dragon. I actually have played Lucas's deck before. It's pretty fun. It's pretty cheese. On the other hand, Ali with Evo Valkyrie with a Tombstone. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be really hard for Ali to win this game, especially since Lucas needs the air card with the Inferno Dragon. It's one of those cards that can really kind of clean up entire like airbase pushing.
And that's already it right there. You can see Ali knows it's over. He looks pretty frustrated. I was going to say, I just feel like when you look at Ali's deck, there's not a lot of DPS, right? There's just not a lot of damage coming out. I mean, you have a weird kind of combination of spell power between the Zap, the Goblin Curse, and then if you have the Evo Valkyrie out, you get like that little kind of quarter NATO, so you have like 3 things that can do some splash. But just kind of a rough draw matchup-wise and a rough start play-wise. We'll see if he can bounce back here. 45 seconds remaining, going up against Lava Hound. I will say, at least traditionally, usually the Dagger Duchess is not great against Lava Hound, but I really don't know if that matters at this point.
Yeah, maybe the Spear Empress and Evo Val can make something happen here, but the God Curse is down. The Evo Zap does drop to stop the Inferno Drag, but the Spear Empress is still taking quite a bit of damage. It does survive. This is a counter push. Evo, Inferno Dragon cycle. Goblin Curse from Ali now, trying to spawn in something, but a Goblin Curse from Lucas plus a Zap turns all the Lava Pups into Goblins. So great defense, solid counter push. Great deck pick from Lucas, maybe not so much from Ali, but hindsight is 2020. Either way, GG's. Lucas taking game number 1 of the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, a really interesting deck there from Ali in game 1. I mean, when I look at it, what do you think? What do you think the thought process is there? Is just like, let's run something completely off, like that someone's probably not going to expect, but maybe he has a little bit of practice with, and maybe he can pull one out from Lucas? Or is this a cheese deck? Like, I know you said there was cheese from Lucas's deck. He also had the Boss Bandit in that deck that he didn't even end up playing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What am I missing with this Lava deck?
I think this Lava deck is specifically like really good versus some bait decks, just because a lot of the time you get the Lava Hound, you get it with the Miner, force out a gang, then you go Curse Zap, and it becomes really difficult to defend all of a sudden. I think that the only way you play a Lava deck in this situation for Ali is if they're specifically like trying to snipe a specific deck from Lucas, but it seemed like Lucas was on top of it with almost like a counter snipe. This giant Inferno Drag deck just destroys Lava Hound.
Yeah, and it's always tough to kind of, in game one, to put your opponent on something and really get them, right? If you're looking for that really, really tough or really strong, 70-30 plus matchup, whatever it might be, then usually game one, that's a bit like just kind of flipping a coin out there. So, or actually more like rolling a dice, because there's a lot more variables, than there is just the two there. So we'll see if Ali can bounce back after like a pretty dominant, win from Lucas in game number one. Now, if I'm Lucas, I'm just going to go to something very comfortable, very easy for me, just try to get into round number two. And I think he's going to be facing off against Aslan if he does win. Yeah, it'll be the winner of this is going to go to face off against Aslan. Obviously, the loser of this will go down to the lower bracket and face elimination later today. Really not much else to say. I mean, I guess what I will say, another part of it is I was really surprised to see Goblin Curse in both the decks. Curse and Zap obviously combined together is a really great combo. Juicy, how do you feel about Goblin Curse in the ranking of spells right now? It does seem like it's been very, very popular over the last month or so.
That's a great question. I like Goblin Curse a lot. I think for whatever reason, maybe just because of how much log bait there actually is in the meta, I think it's very strong. I think it's basically it's basically necessary for beatdown to play Goblin Curse, I would say. Like, you really don't see much beatdown in the meta without Goblin Curse. In fact, the only really solid beatdown deck in the meta would be the Pega Giant Goblin Curse, and then we have seen a little bit of this giant deck. I like it in Lava Hound too, but it just didn't get the right matchup in that first game. But we're into the second one. Anything can happen. Once again, guys, I always got to point out for any new viewers for Clash Royale League, these games, these best of threes are played in duels formatting. That means that any cards played in the first game or any of the games cannot be repeated for the best of three. So Lucas with the minor, probably going to be like either a minor poison or a minor rocket. Ali with some sort of abridgment.
Yeah, I like this. I feel like, Lucas has to be feeling real confident after game number one. We all know he's good playing with fast, quick cycle, micro interaction decks. He understands the macro of the matchup pretty quickly. And Ali does have a much more aggressive deck now, as you guys can already see. No spells shown. Just going, Golden Knight, Evo Lumberjack, Evo Ram. Starts the game with Evo Ram, so pretty interesting. Also, Mother Witch has been showing up a decent amount more because there has been so much bait, and also because of like all the mortar decks with all the swarm in them, how much we're seeing Skeleton King now. So interesting to see how much more Mother Witch will start to work her way into the meta. Yeah,
true. So a bridge fan Mother Witch, where we have the Evos. We have Evo Batteram, Evo Lumberjack. Very strange deck. This deck seems extremely expensive. Yeah, I mean, the cheapest card we've seen so far is the Ghost at 3, and then a P.E.K.K.A. as well. This is really interesting. I feel like Lucas is just going to have advantage just because of that. With this sort of like quick cycle minor deck, especially with a Knight, Evo Cannon, I think it's going to be pretty solid for him to control everything. If there's anything that's going to be a problem, it's going to be the Mother Witch, like we said. The Mother Witch is actually a big problem for this deck, as well as the Baby Dragon, actually. So, and with the arrows, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not as easy as I once thought it was, like, after seeing the arrows especially, because, I don't know, if Ali can really put, like, a big push together, it's going to be really hard to stop the Baby Dragon, because Lucas doesn't have enough air defense.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you kind of look at all this deck come together, there it is, Mother Witch up high. He sequences a really great push all across the board, where you only have 2 ground tanks. They need to be, that miner's going to be less available to get damage on tower, and it's going to be spending a lot more time dealing with that second defensive tank. Going to have to see a lot of double cannon cycles, so Lucas definitely has his work cut out for him here. And yeah, as you said, Juice, just a really heavy deck, and just like in game number 1, we're looking at 3.9 average in game 1, and even more here in game 2.
Yeah, really interesting. I feel like Lucas need to maybe get a little bit more damage in Sync Elixir and take advantage of the fact that Ali's deck is really expensive. I think Ali did a good job of defending and and doing well to make sure it didn't happen. And so now that we're in double and 40 seconds away from triple, these pitchers are going to be crazy to stop. Here comes the Evil Fabram with the Gold Knight dash, log to stop, Ice Spirit. Cannon gets down. This is a solid defense, and I like the Skelly's applied to make sure the Gold Knight isn't dashing towards anything. Log on the Mother Witch. This is solid stuff, but can he keep this up? That is the question. I mean, the Ghost is getting chip damage. He's lost the damage lead. In triple elixirs in 15 seconds, it's gonna get even more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, we could see, I guess, maybe a rocket in that last spot, but as you're seeing right now, Lucas is really having to work hard to get any damages, as you just called out, Juicy. Already lost the damage lead, and, you know, he has to get miners on towers for that spell. Oh, no. Evo Lumberjack, okay, does get picked up just in time, but that P.E.K.K.A is right there with the Gold Knight. Baby Dragon at the bridge. This is starting to become a little overwhelming for Lucas.
Yeah, and Ali's catching every single miner as well. He's really struggling to get any damage through. Knight, Spear God's P.E.K.K.A in the back. Ali wants to make one more big push to keep applying pressure. I think this is Lucas' time to try to get some damage on the tower. Miner does connect for one of the first times in a while, but the Mother Witch is played down. This is going to be tough to defend. Lucas, it's all on him to defend this right here, right now.
Late Golden Knight dash is going to be a big thing. He needs to hit it now. No, the Knight goes up high with that low cannon. Maybe Lucas trying to bait it out. Second cannon comes down. P.E.K.K.A very healthy. As you called out, Juicy, earlier, those Baby Dragons are a nuisance in the middle. Lucas just needs to hold on and get that. I'm assuming it's a rocket out, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
He's very low in elixir, playing all these cheap cards. Miner connects, but the last second,
got him.
The Ghost, the Lumberjack, everything connects, and that is going to be a solid win for Ali just by a few hundred HP, taking us all the way to game number 3 for the first best of 3 of Clash Royale League monthly finals.
I mean, this is why he's here, right? Like, we can talk about how bad game 1, everyone can have a bad game. Everyone can have a really bad matchup or interactions that throw you off. I really love that Ali slowed things down even more, I guess. I mean, yeah, if that's even possible, because the first 2 decks have been so heavy. But he made Lucas play at his pace, right? And then every single time that he knew Lucas was going to go back on offense, he was always ready for usually a Lumberjack to catch that miner. You called it out, Juicy. The Lumberjacks were catching all the miners. The Baby Dragons, it was almost like he was figuring it out just as you are, which is why it's great to have you up here in the booth. You're starting to call out all these things that he has advantages and how to use those advantages to kind of overtake Lucas. And then you started to see more and more Baby Dragons over the middle, more and more Royal Ghosts over the middle, so they could really focus on the cannons, and then just cycle P.E.K.K.As in the back, right? When you don't have a better option, you have Elixir, you're not taking a bunch of damage, or you're not taking a bunch of pressure, get those P.E.K.K.As down and start controlling the board. Anything for you to add, man? That was a pretty surprising game too. I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I can say is that last card, it was probably the Rocket. He never played it the entire match. I think he was probably wanting more of a poison or even a fireball in that matchup to help deal with the Mother Witch. I mean, we see Miner Rocket really excel on ladder because it's just such a consistent secondary win condition. But time and time again, we've seen Rocket Cycle really struggle in the Clash Royale League because these players are playing at such a high level. They're able to apply so much pressure. And Lucas basically playing with a 7-card deck that entire game. So really just another disadvantage there with that last spell, not really getting any value.
Yeah, you know, like, it's on ladder, you see so often those Rockets are able to come out as soon as they get to double and as soon as they get to triple. They'll just sneak in 1 or 2 throughout the game. That way they have more than enough of a lead to get that last one out in those last 4 seconds. But yeah, as you said, at the highest level, it's really, really difficult for those minor control decks, whether it's Poison, Rocket, Lightning, what have you, to just get a big enough gap from your opponent to where in triple elixir, as we saw, it was like, I think we were close enough. I'd have to look at the damages again, but I think we were close enough for Lucas to at least make it very, very close or win the game if that rocket were to come out. But Ali was just pressure, 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 put it all at the bridge, make it so that the rocket can't. And here we are going into game number 3. What I'm curious about is what the deck is going to look like from Ali in game 3. He's come out with 2 very different decks, 2 decks that I would have probably never expected to start the day with. And then Lucas in game number 2 doing something that seems very on brand.
Yeah, I think Lucas is known to be a really good miner player, a really good hard grinder player. Ali, I mean, once you get, like you said, I mean, very heavy decks. Looking at the spells used, we have Zap, Curse, and Arrows from Ali. And then we have Zap, Curse, Rage, Log, Rocket from Lucas. So yeah, it makes sense that Ali's going to a quick cycle deck here with the Log, the Rage, everything being used here. It'll be interesting to see what Lucas has brought to deal with the spam, since he doesn't have any of those spells available. We just see a Gold Knight and a Tornado so far. That's a pretty solid start. I love the King activation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Skeleton Barrel being used so much right now. NATO obviously not as popular as it used to be, but still the ability to activate King against that barrel is really something that you're going to have to utilize if you are still a NATO player, just because there are so many people, including myself, playing Skeleton Barrel right now.
Yeah, Skelly Barrel's pretty strong. I think it's really fun to play too.
Yeah.
He's very, very strong.
I've always loved the card. Now it's actually just like a real force to be reckoned with.
Okay, so a Goblin Hut, probably Minor Poison, I would assume. Since there's no Mortar here, I think it has to have another win condition other than Skeleton Barrel. And then Lucas, I like what he's done here. Without the Log, the Rage, the Curse, he has the Lecture Wizard, he has the Barbarian Barrel, he has the Gold Knight. He has basically all the splash damage cards to try to mitigate the fact that he doesn't have one of the strongest spells in the game.
Lucas has always done a really good job with his NATO Golden Knight combos as well, so I'm excited to see if he can pull some of those off, something that I've missed for quite some time in CRL. It's just, you know, NATO getting the nerf, Golden Knight not really being popular until recently. That lineup, though, we've seen a lot of devastating connections in our day.
Yeah, I kind of miss it too. It's crazy how bad Tornado is compared to what it used to be, but
I know.
It was strong for a long time, so I understand. Anyways, enough of me being depressed about Tornado. Looking at the gameplay here,
he was a Splash Yard E-Giant player, so that was basically just violence. The Clash Royale chose violence twice against you.
Yeah. So speaking of violence here, we have a Mega Knight jumping to the tower with the Golden Knight in tow as well. Tornado doesn't take out Spear Gobs anymore, but the Mega Knight actually splashes onto the Spear Gobs, preventing the Golden Knight from getting the tower. So Mega Knight's kind of playing for a little bit for the other team here. I feel like that was close to game over if that didn't happen. But this is still a lot of damage for Lucas. He's continuing to apply lots of pressure. He's got the Evo Drill. He's got the Magic Archer. Really good pressure here from Lucas, trying to connect on the tower to finish this one out.
And just so much splash to deal with, the barrels, the NATOs to deal with, and pull all these units together. They don't die by the NATO anymore, but at least will be able to be taken out by the Magic Archer or the E-Wiz, and there you go. It just felt like that game was so firmly in Lucas's hand for so long. The matchup really tough, and just those lineups, all of it just played so well.
Yeah, GG's to Lucas. I like the deck. I like the use of the Magic Archer NATO, the Gold Knight, the Mega Knight. Like, I don't know. It was crazy. It's like Lucas was fully confident that his opponent was going to play some sort of bait deck since he used all of those spells, and he just was completely ready. Literally every splash damage card I can think of, along with the Barbell, the Tornado. Great deck pick there.
Yeah, really, really nice by Lucas all throughout. I actually really like his deck choices in all three games. Obviously, game 2 didn't go his way. Ran into a really odd, kind of heavy deck. Like you said, there was a lot of parts of it that were really difficult for Lucas to get to. But then in game number 3, just being... I mean, you know, this is kind of what we would expect. I mean, and to say the same thing about our 4th match of the day where it's retired against Kitashiyan, there's moments where you really do expect these guys with so much experience to kind of welcome the newer guys into the league. So Ali, welcome to CRL weekend monthly finals, and you're still alive. We're going to see him a little bit later on today. We do always talk about that rough spot of starting the day. Whoever starts the day usually, I mean not usually, is the person who closes the day. So if you start the day and you lose, you have to sit and watch all the 11 other matches, and then you play your last one. So Ali's got time to sit back, reset, think about how things went as we get into our next match here in just a bit. Juicy, I Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the thing that we love about Saturdays is you you get to figure out what the meta is going to look like for the entire weekend, and we're only 6 decks in, but already looking a little bit different than I would have thought.
Yeah, I know. We can we can speculate the meta on so many different levels, but like you said, it seems like every big competition like this kind of forms its own little mini meta. And going back to what you said earlier, I mean, when it comes down to this first match, I think it's so cool. The thing that I love about Clash Royale is the levels of professional ability. I mean, Ali, obviously fantastic player. He made it to the monthly finals, but you have Lucas, and then you have stuff like Riley, and then you have Mo, and Ian really sitting at the top right now. It's really cool to continue to see not only the players evolve, but the meta evolve after every single match. Yeah, I mean, once again, like you said, the first best of 3, very strange decks. It'll be interesting to see what's going to be happening in our next best of 3 here.
Yeah, next best 3 is going to be between Sub and Hugo, and I really like what you said at the top of the show about how Sub has become Mr. Consistency. He just has. It's been leaderboard points, shown up in monthly finals, doing well in them, doing well at World Finals. I mean, none of us really expected Sub to do as well as he did last year at World Finals, I think, and that's a credit to him and the work that he put in being on that stage for the very first time. I mean, you talk about getting 4th place at your first World Finals, being a massive underdog. I mean, and he's just been riding that wave here into 2025. So looking at this matchup, when you talk about Hugo and Sub, Hugo's a guy that I really haven't seen much over the last couple years. I know he's been playing. I've seen his name pop up a little bit, but I haven't really watched his gameplay like I did in 2021 and 2022 when it felt like he was in a lot more of those competitions. You know, when back then, we'll see if it's still the same. It was one of the things I loved about him, obviously, was he was a big Mortar player. Mortar is pretty strong in the meta right now, but yeah, obviously very different than what it looked like back then. But when you talk about Clash Royale League, Juicy, you know, we're seeing in 2023 Season 3, he got 6th place. 2021, he got 16th place in Round 7. So always just kind of been on the fringes of being in the highest. It was just that 1 month where he was able to get into the top 10 back in 2023, Season 3 at 6th place. That's basically his best finish here in CRL. But like I said, other events outside of it doing it very well. So excited to see how he's going to do, you know, for his reappearance in CRL. Honestly, it does look a little bit older. That's the other thing that you and I were talking about before the broadcast, is we've been doing this for so long.
I know.
It's just crazy to see all these people grow up.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I mean, look at me. I mean, look at Hugo. Look at any of the players that played back in the day. I mean, there's a lot of players that have been playing ever since I was a pro and still doing well. I mean, look at Igor, and I feel like Sergio Ramos was one for me. I was like, wow. Yeah, he looks really, really mature, like in a really good way. But yeah, obviously our CCGS champion in, what was that, I think 2017. And he's still participating in big competitions. Not this month, but hopefully in future months, as well as I think it was like the CRL warm-up or something like that. But yeah, we're hopping into our second best of 3 of the upper round. It's interesting.
Warm-ups a little bit here, Juicy. Sorry to cut you off. It looks like Sub and Kitashiyan have been grinding for hours this morning, playing some best of 3 duels. Cool. Yeah, if you go back and you look at their Royale API, you can see that Sub was looks like he started his best of 3 duel sets off with some Mortar Cannon Cart Skelly Barrel against Monk Loon Miner from Kitashiyan, and then he ran some of that Spirit Empress deck that we just saw, the Lava deck. So Sub trying all things out. Then he went to Miner Gob Hut with Curse and Barrel. So trying a bunch of different stuff. We'll see what he brings out here in game number 1. Looking kind of like Royal Giant.
All right, Royal Giant versus Hugo with another set of Minor Wall Breakers Evo bats. This deck we've seen a lot in CRL last month and this month. It's really interesting. It's not like the super quick cycle deck of like super controlled Miner that we're used to seeing. It's just a little bit more expensive, a little bit more bait oriented, which I guess does make sense with all of the strong bait Evos there are.
Yeah, and if I'm Hugo right now, I'm thinking about how much value my Evo Bats can get. I'm thinking about how much value my Spear Goblins can get. And then, honestly, how much difficulty I think I'm going to have holding that front line with just the Mighty Miner when you talk about the Fish Boy, the Royal Ghost, and, of course, that Evo Hunter kind of being able to lock him in place. So we'll see how Hugo wants to defend as things go on while also keeping up pressure. Like you said, a little bit faster than an RG deck, but not as fast as traditional Minor Wall Breakers decks, although when you start factoring in that 3-card cycle and double elixir, can speed it up just a bit.
Yeah, true. I'm interested to see the building here. I'm assuming a Goblin Hut, but Goblin Hut's kind of like historically not great versus RG, although Sub is not using Log, he's using Barbarian Barrel. So I actually think it's going to provide way more value than it usually does. Because usually the log, like with a couple RG shots and then the log, you can easily take out the Goblin, but the Barbarian Barrel will not reach that far.
Hugo making subs spend there and doing a really nice job defensively. Gets a log out just in time to kind of predict the E-Spirit coming in to reset the Mighty Miner. So the Gob Hut plus the Mighty Miner was more than enough. And a missed Royal Ghost there, just a little bit late. Does waste the log also, and kind of a bummer there, evening things up after having a nice lead was Hugo.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that Sub is going to be able to take advantage of. There we go, Roll Giant in the back. He's going to set up a big old push. Hugo trying to apply pressure, but he places mine in the front. That's a mistake, because now the Fireball can hit everything. E-Spirit doesn't take out Evo back, so Fireball, he should have known the Fireball was forced out there. Mine in the back could have been slightly better, but, I mean, despite that, the defense of this Roll Giant is really solid. It seems like the Roll Giant was... It was just completely gone.
Should get a shot.
Yeah, it does get one hit, but wow. I guess here comes another one, though.
Miner there to distract the first Fisherman. The second Fisherman comes down to pull the Mighty Miner. And Fisherman just getting yanked around there, but damage done from the Spears. I mean, yeah, it is crazy to just... we talked about it a lot last month, so I don't want to, beat a dead horse, but just seeing the Goblin Hut do so much better than it ever has in the history of my career in CRL and in Clash Royale in general has been nice. RG going to come through here. Going to get two? No, just the one shot with the Evo Bats coming back down. 1917 to 2004. Very, very close here as Hugo tries to get back on offense on the left-hand side, but doesn't really get anything out of it.
Mighty Miner on the board, setting up for the defense. Spear Gobs now as well. Tower is hitting the Hunter, but does get that one shot. That's going to really change things, making so the 3-card cycle won't be able to stay on the board for as long as the Mighty Miner does go down. And a Roll Giant pressuring at the bridge. I love this pressure, as Hugo did use a lot of elixir on offense there.
Yeah, and that
oh boy,
elixir did get him a little bit of a lead and 200 on the left-hand side, but now dealing with those decisions, the repercussions of the overspend. Tower all the way down to 789 as Sub screams into the lead. 1664 is his lowest tower, 789 is Hugo's with only 48 seconds remaining here. Triple elixir in. I don't know how Hugo is going to get more damage on tower. He needs about 1,000 right now.
Fireball forced onto the Evo Bats. Skelly Barrel plus Bats plus Spear Gobs to the bridge right inside. He knows he has to make something happen. He tries to pre-log the E-Spirit, but it's barely one tile off to the side. He still gets quite a lot of damage. Hugo maybe lagging a little bit, but either way, the game continues. Super close. Poison drop it down from Hugo. Only 13 seconds left, Andrew.
Fireball in, Miner goes to the back. Miner does get caught by the Ewes, but then is on the tower. Poison is in again. Miner's still there. Fireball comes down, and it will be Sub stealing it in the final moments. And that got real close, really quick. There was a moment there at the very end when there was a lot of damage going, or a lot of focus on the right-hand side from Hugo, but he actually got a good amount of damage in on the left-hand side, and then Sub started to overspend on the right. I wonder if there would have been a good chance for Hugo to maybe sneak in a Miner on that left-hand side to support some of those bats or spears that came across that got a few hundred damage, but there was like 30 things going on. Hugo committed to that right-hand side and loses the race by just a bit.
Yeah, and I just have to point out again, I think that match goes a completely different way if that log is placed one more tile to the left. He was trying to pre-log the Electro Spirit. That was such a crazy Electro Spirit placement from his opponent. That just changed the entire game. But fantastic game from both players. Really well fought. And like you said, that was only game number 1. So we still have a lot more Clash Royale to see for this best of 3. A little bit closer than maybe we expected.
Yeah, it didn't feel that way. It felt like Sub had really kind of screamed into the lead with that great, like you said, overspend from Hugo, and then Sub punishes on the left-hand side. Felt like all he had to do was kind of hold on for the next couple minutes, but Hugo did. I mean, that's why I love those decks. I mean, usually, you know, we actually end up seeing wall breakers in that deck as well, but instead, you know, it was all just minor poison, skelly barrel damage there. I do personally like having wall breakers in the deck. You know, that's just me personally, but I still think Hugo did a really great job. I don't know if there was really an opportunity for him to poison more a little bit earlier, but those poisons coming in at the very end, obviously keeping it very, very close. I do think that, you know, that... was there a reason why you said Hugo was lagging? It just seemed like some of his interactions were just like a step behind.
Yeah, the only reason I said that is because his camera went dim for a second, and then I saw him like make a gesture like this for like one moment, but it seemed like it went back on, and I didn't really see any like big mistakes. I think it seems like everything's good to go, but yeah, I don't know. I just got worried for him for a second when his camera went black for a second. I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
I know, that's the absolute worst.
That
And
is
Sub
the worst.
doing, you know, what we're used to seeing him do. Juicy, just really calm, you know, takes advantage of a mistake, makes a mistake himself, it seemed like, by letting that game get as close as it was, but he does always do a really good job of staying calm as he crosses the finish line, taking game number 1. And as we take a look at what's been used... Log and Poison out, Mighty Miner and Miner out for Hugo. The 2 Evos were Bats and Skeleton Barrel, and then Sub coming out with a classic RG deck, really. I mean, this is RG that we've seen a lot of. I do agree about, like, logging those E-Spirits is something that you have to try so hard to do when you're playing Bats against Royal Giant, and if your opponent just has any wherewithal of putting it in a weird spot, or, you know, delaying it by placing it just a little farther away and then getting the jump in, you know, you're not going to hit that E-Spirit, and then your Bats are going to be a lot less effective. Matchup on paper, I'm curious to see as we hop into game number 2.
All right. So Hugo with another Golden Eye. It is cool to see Golden Eye being used more and more after that buff that it got not too long ago. Sub with what's looking like just Roll Hogs. So Roll Hogs, Archer Queen versus a P.E.K.K.A. Golden Knight. Maybe a similar Bridge Spam deck that we saw in the first best of 3. It'll be interesting to see what Sub... Okay, Sub not with the Roll Hogs. Going to be probably another Miner deck, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just like Miner control again with Berserker. Berserker has been really popular lately. I'm a huge fan of Berserker, honestly. I think it's a really cool card, really fun. I love the high DPS, and especially the defensive capabilities there. So Rocket comes out early this time for Sub, as we saw one in a deck earlier, but didn't get it played to clean up that Ram Rider plus P.E.K.K.A.
Okay, Lumberjack in the back, trying to get the Evo in cycle. Golden Knight Bridge trying to apply pressure. Miner on defense. That is the only bad thing about Berserker. I love it as well, but a lot of the time it doesn't have much HP. So as you can see here, it's really hard to deal with these tankier kind of bridge units. Otherwise, continuing to spawn in even more Roll Hogs, and there it is, another Miner force on defense. I think that's what we're going to see a lot of this match. I think we're going to see a lot of Miners forced on defense. And he's low in Elixir. He doesn't have enough for Tesla. Oh my gosh, Ram Rider connects, and you can see Sub shaking his head. Oh my gosh, and it's not ending. Goblin Curse down. Maybe a little bit of an overcommit with this Goblin Curse. I don't love it.
I don't love the Gob Curse, but I love the Ram Rider. You called it. No Elixir in the tank for Sub. Tons of punishment comes in. Now ahead by 1,300 HP, 2719 to 1415 as we get into double Elixir. And Juicy, you know this just as well as anyone. Being down 1,300 HP with Miner control is a tough hill to climb over the next 45 seconds here of regulation.
So yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, we saw Lucas struggle in a matchup like this in the first best of 3 of today, and that was when he just wasn't able to get a good starting damage in single Elixir. Now we have a situation where Sub is actually down quite a bit of damage in this matchup. It's going to make things exponentially more difficult especially as an evil P.E.K.K.A walks towards the tower.
Wow.
1, 2. Is it 3?
Good hit.
Almost
No.
3, but the Ram Rider with a huge connection on the right side. The dual lane pressure is absolutely perfect from Hugo as he is connecting on both lanes. Sub, almost beside himself, not even sure what just happened to him in game number 2 of this best of 3.
Evo Lumberjack sneaks in just to add insult to injury, and an incredible overwhelm as you see a slight smile on Hugo's face after that very dominant game number 2. Really interesting, Juicy. I mean, already when we talk about, you know, the meta of the weekend, we are seeing this kind of P.E.K.K.A beat down, overwhelm. We saw Battle Ram earlier. Now we're seeing Ram Rider. What's the thought process behind, you know, this deck today? Why today? Why now, you think?
I don't know. Great question. I mean, I think the mother witch is cool versus a lot of the minor decks we're seeing. I think that's a big one. I mean, maybe we can't really give a good analysis on this P.E.K.K.A deck yet because we've only seen it playing against like a minor Spear Gobs chip deck, which it seems to really excel against. So, I mean, maybe that is the strength of the deck right there. Maybe it is a really good snipe if you know your opponent's going to be playing some sort of minor bats or log bait type of deck, able to provide a lot of value from that Mother Witch in the Golden Knight. I love P.E.K.K.A in the deck as well. I think a lot of people will be like, why not just play Mega Knight and have even more splash damage? But I think it really covers a lot of bases, and as well as the P.E.K.K.A as you saw at the end there, when it's supported by the Golden Knight, by the Mother Witch, those kind of anti-bait cards, allowing the P.E.K.K.A to get to the tower, like, it's just a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and then the other part of that is, you know, the Mama P.E.K.K.A being a little more slow moving and obviously not leaping around just gives you a little bit more time to, I think, control the board. Like, it really slows things down when you kind of both find yourself at 10 or maybe you're an elixir or 2 up and then you just drop a P.E.K.K.A in the back. It all of a sudden makes your opponent think a lot harder about like how they're going to have to deal with this next little bit. Whereas a Mega Knight sometimes can jump around, or as you know, I mean, both the cards are easily kiteable, but also at the highest level, they're going to support them just a little bit more. Juicy, I was going to ask you about, you know, just because we were talking about the meta so much of in general. Do you think, you know, we're going to see, I've been watching your streams, obviously, as I always do. Do you think we're going to be seeing any of those, like, double spirit, like, barrel, Evo Dark Goblin, like, with the champion in there, like, those type of insanely fast cycle decks in CRL? And this isn't, like, me asking you to predict it, even though I am asking that. Do you think it's, like, one of those situations where it's a ladder-only deck, or do you think it could show up and do well here this weekend?
Yeah, I like that question a lot because I think, I mean, if anyone has played ladder recently, you know that the Dark Gob, Double Spirit, Skelly Barrel deck with either Boss Bandit or the Skeleton King, or sometimes with Wall Breakers, like, it's everywhere. There's a lot of people using it. I think the main reason why it's not used in CRL as much, kind of similar to Expo, is it can be easily countered if a player really knows what they're doing. So, for example, I think that it's really excels, especially versus beatdown decks, which you do see a lot of P.E.K.K.A Gob Giant and weird beatdown decks on ladder. But I mean, we're seeing some beatdown today with the P.E.K.K.A and with the Lava Hound. But I think in general, most of the time for Clash Royale League, you're going to be seeing a lot of the minor decks, the log bait decks, the quick cycle decks with buildings and spells. Those decks really control the Boss Bandit and Skelly King double spirit decks really well. And after me saying all of this, we're going to see Sub playing it, it seems, right now. But maybe a little bit of a slightly different variation with the bat.
Yeah, both of them going to some fast decks with some baity aspects. We're going to see the Mortar here from Sub.
Okay, Mortar makes more sense. I think Mortar, as you know and everyone knows, is just such a consistent win condition in Clash Royale League, but also on ladder. I think this is a great deck pick here from Sub.
Yeah, and I also like that now because Skeleton Barrel is so strong that Mortar has found its way to have like a bunch of like half win conditions and not always just relying on the minor plus the spell. Now we're seeing it without the minor and with lighter spells, and that way you're able to, I guess at least in duel mode, use your minor somewhere else, which is usually a necessity, whether you're going Lava Hound or, as we've seen a lot today, just trying to play some control decks. One thing that Sub has to think about, obviously, is going up against Bait when he's got Cannoneer, so definitely going to have to take some damage from those double barrels, as we're seeing right here. 2013 on that right-hand side.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that Cannoneer, I mean, I talked about it earlier, actually. I think even in decks like this, where Cannoneer is historically better, a lot of the time it's fairly risky for situations like this. I think the Evo Barrel is going to be really tough for Sub to deal with. And Hugo on the other hand, I like the fact that he's not using Rocket as well. Like, he's just using the Princess and the Dark God variation. And the Princess is the bridge have been timed so well to deal with stuff like that and that Goblin game. Really good damage from Hugo, really good plays already.
Yeah, I really like that. He goes Barrel to the left side, Princess to the left side, gets that on top of the Goblin gang, gets good damage in, but also has to sacrifice a decent amount himself on that left-hand side, 2327 to 1845, and obviously Cannoneer starts with a lot less HP than the Princess Tower.
Skelly Barrel over the river, kind of distracting the Princess for a second. Bossman on the board. Evo Tesla.
He doesn't want to spend on the barrel.
Wow. Princess stays alive barely, but that Skelly Barrel does a lot of damage. Evo Mortar does take out the Dark God. Wow, this is getting crazy. Bossman is dashing everywhere. He's doing a good job of distracting this Mortar. Barbaro comes down, and here comes a counter push. I like the Princess at the bridge as well. Arrows dropping down in bats, though. Honestly, I think this is overall a net positive for Sub in this situation. Kind of really coming down.
Yeah, as you can see, 1336 on the bottom right-hand side to 1357 actually takes the lead. Hugo did a decent job defending that left-hand side, but the cost was his right-hand tower really eating that skeleton barrel that he just completely ignored. It was originally there, as you said, to distract the Princess, but then some weird interactions with the Evo Mortar kind of took too much focus away, as we see another Mortar lock on the right-hand side, and now Sub super close to being able to take this best of 3. The one thing that Hugo can hang on to is that there's no direct tower damage other than the arrows, so Sub gonna have to really work for it.
Hugo's getting nervous now too. The Princess at the bridge really struggling to do anything as the Mortar is distracting. 3 bats in case of barrel. Now Skeleton at the bridge. Bossman it down. Here comes the Evo Skelly Barrel though. I'm not sure if he has Tesla back in cycle. He does get it down. Bossman is getting swarmed though. Barbarian Barrel's here, but the bats are making it to the tower. That's not quite Arrow's range, but if only one Spear Gobs locks on the tower,
huge.
It is over. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Sub taking game number 3, advancing, and throwing down Hugo into the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly just felt like a level of class as that set kind of went on. Not to say Hugo didn't play well. There was a lot of good throws, a lot of big haymakers thrown back and forth, but really Sub just being in control, playing calm, and yeah, I think the experience really showed through in that best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's king of consistency. He's not going to win every single game, and no one can in Clash Royale. There's always going to be that tough matchup, as you saw in game 2 there, but Sub just really locked in with the log bait. Against the log bait there, I think he did a great job of controlling the Princess. I think he predicted the Princess like 2 or 3 times with the Skelly Barrel, which I feel like is kind of a weird thing to do, but he prevented the Princess from locking on the Mortar when he had it locked on the tower. He also prevented it from locking onto his bats. As well as, like you mentioned earlier, the Skeleton Barrel, as it distracted the Princess, it dropped. Princess retargeted the Skelly King, and then the Skelly Barrel ended up doing a lot of damage, and I don't think that Hugo is really ready for that.
Yeah, I was actually going to point out that same moment just because I really liked it. You know, you called out it being, there to distract the Princess. Princess has to retarget. She's got an insane range, and just the overwhelming pressure on the left-hand side with the Evo Mortar. Sometimes you have to ignore a Goblin Barrel or a Skeleton Barrel, and no matter what, it's always going to be a terrible situation for you. So an ignored Skeleton Barrel really opens things up. Now Hugo's playing on his back foot. Sub, king of consistency, just kind of rolls on through, and that's what we're doing today. Already getting to our 3rd set of the day. We've had 2 great ones already, though, Juicy, so far. Guys bringing out a lot of competition, and this 3rd one is the one that one of the ones you were excited about, one of the ones I'm very excited about. We have Mugi and Sandbox are 2 players that, you know, we have seen so much of in the history of CRL. Obviously, Mugi has won twice, but over the last couple years, they've been a little, well, I'll just say 1 year. Over the last year, they were both very, very quiet. Almost non-existent, both of them at the CRL level. So I am very excited to see how this next match goes. It's going to be online. Obviously, we're online, which the only reason I say that is just because, you know, Sandbox struggled a little bit with the live stage, something he talked about, something that he's worked on. Mugi, obviously, ice in his veins, one of the best haircuts in the game. Let's talk about the bracket of where we're at, Juicies. We're starting to see our day kind of come together and see how it's going to maybe end.
Yeah. So far, if you guys are just tuning in, we saw Lucas versus Ali. Lucas advancing to the quarterfinals. Going to be playing against GencAslan next. Hugo versus Sub. We just saw it. Sub going to be advancing to play against Ruben. Ali and Hugo are going to be waiting for the, I think, the losers of the quarterfinals. And I think we are going to be going through all of round one, the quarterfinals, and the lower round one today. Next up, like you said, it's Mugi versus Sandbox, which is really cool. Not only because both of these players are great players that kind of are coming back from a hiatus, but whoever wins this is going to be playing against Muhammad Light. And I already am seeing people in my chat saying, I really want to see a Mugi versus Muhammad Light rematch. If you guys weren't there, 2021, Mugi got his first world championship title, beating Mo just barely in a best of 5. It was insane.
Yeah. I mean, that was a big, it was an interesting World Finals considering the state of the world that we were in. But I do remember talking to Mugi afterwards and seeing him and just all of it. I mean, that was the thing. For a while, it was like, okay, Mugi is well. The best in the world conversation was actually more towards Ruben at that time, I think. And then Mugi came out, wins the world championship. But then we're all talking about Muhammad Light. And then Mo wins one. Then Mugi wins again. So it's got to be Mugi. Then Mo wins. So they've just been trading world championships over the last 4 years. But like I said, Mugi wasn't really a part of the factor last year. He wasn't part of the equation. So I'm very excited to see what he's got going on. Sandbox has been practicing while he's been watching, I'm sure, his opponents, and he's been running this this triple spell giant prince deck. It's got Evo Lumberjack, Evo Zap, Giant, Prince, Bomber, Rage, Mega Minion, and Fireball with Dagger Duchess. He's been running that for the last couple hours as he's been getting ready for competition. I mean, we've seen this many times before where people will be running something on ladder and then they hop into the competition and run something completely different, obviously, because these players have analysts and coaches that are probably watching very closely. But happy to see what he does. Obviously known as a Royal Giant player. Going up against, in my opinion, I think Mugi is the best Royal Giant player in the history of Clash Royale. So very excited to see how this unfolds. Two guys that like to go just a little bit heavier, but obviously have the ability to run quick cycle decks.
Yeah, speaking of quick cycle, looks like we got a double spirit, not with a Skelly barrel, but with a Goblin barrel Evo. I'm really excited to see Mugi play this. I mean, I don't know. We always talk about how fun it is to watch Mo play, but I feel like Mugi's one of those players that just has sheer talent in this game. So it's really cool to see his like creativity and everything really kind of flourish with these really quick cycle micro-oriented decks.
Yeah, Mugi's kind of understanding of the macro and his ability to pull off the micro is why he is a two-time world champion. You know, it's why
So
he's,
true.
like I said, why he's one of the best Royal Giant players in the world is because you have to be able to understand the the macro, and then pull off the micro perfectly. And just like what we're seeing right there, just beautiful interactions. Great dual lane pressure. Already a lot of damage going to come in on that right-hand tower. Baits the Valkyrie out at the bridge. Deals with it with a bunch of 1 elixir cards. And my goodness, Juicy, that right-hand tower is gone. Now the pull of the trigger on the Graveyard. Obviously going up against Cannoneer, but also going up against one of the strongest Evos in the game, especially when it comes to Graveyard, the Evo Dark Goblin. And already Mugi is back in style.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but we are seeing a triple spirit deck in Clash Royale League. And not only that, but it is dominating. Triple spirit, Evo Dark Goblin cycle before double extra hits, And like you said, great defense after being like super aggressive. I think that's why I would say that Evo Dargob is the best Evo in Clash Royale. It just seems like you can always overextend whenever it's in cycle because it's always got your back on defense.
Yeah, defense, and then also when it's like coming across the bridge as an offensive support card, and you know you're trying to stop it with swarm units, but it's already got the poison down, and then you're just wasting elixir, but you're feeling desperate. It's really a unique and great card, and these barrels are also just so clean. Inside there, completely misses with the spears, then gets the prediction log on top of him. Evo Dark Goblin back in cycle, cannon in the back, and this is one of those games, if you're Sandbox, and I really love that he's just playing through it right now. This is a throw your phone game. This is you know, like
it seems like every time Sandbox has an opportunity to make something happen, there's an Evo Dark God that drops right in the middle of the map, cleaning up the Evo Witch, cleaning up the Graveyard, forcing out a poison, which is a -1 elixir trade, and even when it dies, the poison stays there until the unit it attacked is gone, cleaning up absolutely everything. Game 1 going to Mugi for this best of 3.
I mean, obviously that matchup was atrocious for Sandbox. I am curious, like, you know, you talk about only having 3 spirits is basically your, I mean, the cannon, right? The cannon's the ground tank. That's the tank on the ground for Mugi. So is there an actual way to get like an Evo Valk plus a Witch plus a Graveyard down? And I think the only way you're able to do that is if the person playing that deck stops playing, because that's the whole point of decks like that, right? You have to create tons of pressure. That's all it's about, Juicy, because if you don't create the pressure, then your opponent will create a push that you can't stop. And I think that's what a lot of people, you know, that, you know, even just watching you play with only 2 spirits, so much of that deck excelling is obviously the perfect micro, but the relentless pressure that is pulling out elixir and pulling out the cards that your opponent wants on offense, but then waste them defensively.
Yeah, honestly, I really want to try that deck after watching Mugi play it. I feel like it's going to be one of those things where it's like, oh my gosh, he made it look so easy, and I try and then just lose immediately every time. But I don't know. The triple spirit, the Evo Dargob, no tank, just to quickly cycle even more to more Evo barrels, more Evo Dargobs. I don't know. I generally don't think that deck works without Evo Dargob. That's one of the questions I got the other day on my stream was like, do you think this double spirit deck is even viable without Evo Dargob? And I think it's really not, because like you said, without a tank, it's really tough to defend against certain things, especially like Golden Knight or like big like beatdown type pushes. But the Evo Dargob seems to really like almost act as not a tank, but like getting it down, getting the poison, and just using the spirits to distract and wait for that poison to wipe out everything. It's just such a wild combo that seems like it shouldn't work, but does.
Yeah, and like, you know, got to give credit where it's due, is those interactions were just so perfect throughout that, you know, you mess up a couple interactions with those 1 elixir spirits and you're just completely overwhelmed. At least if you're, you know, a player like me, someone like you, someone like Mugi, Sandbox, they can all get away with it. And this deck on the bottom of the screen actually looks like the deck that I was talking about that Sandbox was running, so I'm curious to see if it will be that triple spell deck with Giant and Mega Minion, but it does have all the pieces so far, so I wonder if Mugi was watching what Sandbox was running and just copied this deck.
That would be legendary. I like giant decks like this a lot. It'll be interesting to see if he can really compete with this Evo Inferno Dragon, Evo Mega Knight, though. I think those are 2 cards that could shut everything down pretty well. Fireball dropping down, interesting. Feels like the Ram Rider connects and the Inferno Dragon's still a threat, forcing out the zap. I like the zap there, but yeah, he doesn't have enough elixir for the Evo Mega Knight right now, so he is going to defend with the Golden Knight, the Dash, the Ghost, and the Guards. Those Guards are also going to be very difficult for Mugi to break through, but he's already done it. He's already got quite a bit of damage in single. We'll see if he can hold on to that as we're 33 seconds away from double.
Yeah, curious about, as this game goes on, the Mega Minion. there where you see it come down here for Mugi. Where can Mugi get a lot of value from this Mega Minion? And I like what Sandbox is doing here. He sees that we're out of daggers, gets the rage in, takes the tower. What a beauty. And you can see there just a jolt of adrenaline on Sandbox's camera there as he sits up in his chair and knows that he's probably already got the opportunity to push this to a best of 3 after a great rage on top of that Mega Minion that I was just asking, what is that Mega Minion going to do for Mugi? Well, it's going to not play defense probably the way that he had hoped it would and give that left-hand tower away. So now you see in a I guess it's a 2-on-1 tower situation, but you know that he's going to just have to work down this right-hand side, so it feels like it's a one-lane battle.
Right.
Does Mugi have any chance of really breaking through here when you talk about all those pieces of the equation you had before?
I mean, I didn't think so, but he's doing a great job of doing it right now. Somehow the Prince is connecting. The Giants are there through the guards, through the Evo Inferno Drag, through the Mega Knight, and now comes an Evo Lumberjack. Left in lane, Golden Knight barely able to drop down. Prince is the bridge zone. Evo Lumberjack is a big threat to the tower. It locks on. Meanwhile, the Giants cooking the King Tower too, and Mugi continues to apply the pressure.
Just the ultimate caster curse, like literally asking you a rhetorical question about how he's going to defend.
Straight up
and
rhetorical.
then Mugi just steals it. Sandbox head in his hands. My question was answered for me by Mugi in the middle of that push, and Mugi with the first sweep of the day, and that is why he is a 2-time world champion. Juicy, what went wrong for Sandbox there? It felt like he had... It felt like they both were starting at 10 with a one-lane game. Oh, no, excuse me. That's both games.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, there we go.
I think that's just.
Yeah, because the first one was the crazy triple spirit deck. So,
yeah, I mean,
do you even know what happened? I don't know, like why it went so bad so quickly. Was it the Evo Inferno that just didn't put in work?
I would love to go over this replay if they have it set up, but either way, I will talk about it. Like. I from what I understand, I think the main thing was the Evo Zap. I think without the Evo Zap, he's not making that happen. Yeah, he lost his tower to Inferno Drag left lane, not having the Zap and cycle, but at least he was able to save that for offense. He got the Mega Minion to lock onto the Inferno Drag. Maybe the mistake really was the Inferno Drag was placed too far up. I think that you gotta place
too high
it
at the bridge.
Yeah, I think you gotta probably just place it a little bit far back, expect to take some damage, and just protect that Inferno Drag. And looks like we're into the telestration here. This is great.
Oh, this is exciting. All right, here we go, Juice. What we got?
All right.
Just to give everyone at home, this is our first time doing online telestration, so we're gonna see here if you know. What exactly? There's gonna be some learning curves maybe here.
Yeah, on my end, it doesn't actually give me the ability to telestrate, which is sad. But either way, I'll talk about this replay as we hopefully can fast forward a little bit to get to the big push that was able to allow Mugi to get that right-hand lane tower.
Yeah, this is something that we've been hoping to have, and it's nice to hear at the CALALAS Cup Gold Edition for the first time the ability to maybe telestrate. We're definitely worked on it a little bit.
Oh, I got it now. Let's go.
Got it? Okay. There it is.
All
see
right.
a red dot on the screen.
So we
It's
saw
not a
this.
sniper.
Yeah, we saw the second zap over here on the right. That's when he got the Evo and cycle. He did connect for some damage in the left here. But Sandbox did a good job of realizing that Mugi was low in elixir, so he continues to apply pressure. The Evo Zap isn't cycled. This is really interesting. He had enough elixir to keep his tower alive. But honestly, a play that I wouldn't even think of. Like, this is the caliber of player that we're talking about when we're talking about Mugi. He saves the Evo Zap, realizing that if he zaps there and saves his tower, he will probably lose the game, because in double elixir, he will not have Evo Zap for the Inferno Drag Evo, and he will never be able to break through, and this is not a deck that is built to defend. So he is not going to be able to defend the Ram Rider, the Lightning, and here comes the push. So we have the Giant, we have a Lightning dropping down. The Lightning kind of blocks there, keeping the Mega Minion alive, and there we go. Evo Inferno Drag was placed far too high. Evo Zap drops down, Mega Minion walks over, takes it out, and all of a sudden we have a Giant, Prince, 2 Giants, we have a Mega Minion, 2 Bombers, and Mega Knight, not even enough elixir. for Sandbox. And then the dual lane pressure here on the left-hand lane. I mean, we have a pressure on both sides, forcing Elixir from both from Sandbox. And once again, Sandbox's deck really isn't built to defend a dual lane pressure either. It's more about like stopping one lane. So that dual lane pressure at the end is what really secured Mugi the victory.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, you called it. Literally, it was that Inferno just being played too high, and then it retargeted like 3 times. So it was just doing everything wrong, and then you talk about the zap, everything. You know, the lightning came down, and it felt like maybe Sandbox was going to be able to defend. The Inferno comes down just too high, retargets, no good. Mugi sees the opening, overspends on the right, baits out all the Elixir on the right, then goes Evo Lumberjack on the left. Glad we were able to get a telestration online finally after this is our 8th season, I think. So pretty cool on that end. Juicy. I was happy to see that.
Yeah, I had fun. Hope you guys enjoyed the telestration. We'll continue to get better at it for these online events. Huge shout out to the CALALAS Cup, putting it all together. And then the last thing I'm going to call out from that replay was, like, in the beginning of that push, the defensive lightning dropping down from Sandbox there. Like
Too early?
He did it, but Mugi lightning blocked. Like, he tried to hit the Giant, the Prince, and the Mega Minion, because he knows as long as I take out the Mega Minion, my Inferno Dragon will reign supreme. But Mugi got the Lumberjack down, which made it so the lightning was going to hit the Giant, the Prince, and the Lumberjack, which allowed the Rage to drop and keep the Mega Minion alive. It was insane. What a great play from Mugi there.
Which allowed the Evo Lumberjack to be in cycle once he had baited out the Elixir on the right-hand side so he could take the left-hand side, and then he drops a Prince behind it. It was just, I mean, it's funny because, like, that's the exact thing that we see with Mugi with Royal Giant, right? He looks exactly at what has happened, what's gone wrong. Like you said, Juicy, anyone else probably would have zapped that left-hand side to try to save the tower, but then you're playing a losing game still. Instead, he looks at the macro understanding of what is going on and goes, all right, I think I figured this out. Let me go try it out now. And he absolutely did. So already getting some great matchups here in our quarterfinals. I can't even speak because I'm excited about it. We got GencAslan versus Lucas. We got Ruben versus Sub. We got Mo versus Mugi. And now we have Ardan to us, waiting to see if it's going to be against retired, a basic no-name, or Kitashiyan, one of the oldest vets in the game. So Mugi, Mohammed Light will be happening on match number 7. So don't change your dials as we get through our 4th match of the day. We're going to be going to retired and Kitashiyan, and this is interesting because Kita is a person that we have not seen a lot of over the last couple of years. We obviously saw him a lot more back in the teams phase, but he did show up last month, and you know, he's been showing up a lot in the CRL scene here in 2025. Didn't go the way he wanted last month. He ran into Sub, was 2-1'd by Sub, sent into the lower bracket, and then ran into Mohammed Light. So it was a one-day affair for Kitashiyan last month. We'll see if he can make things last a little bit longer. And then Ardan Toas showing up. Really excited about Ardan. Excited to see, you know, where he's at. A guy that has been, I don't want to say boom or bust, but just like a little bit more up and down than he probably wants to be. Needs to find a little bit more consistency. One of my favorite players, one of my favorite rookies in the history of CRL when he was a rookie, but now we need to see if he can kind of put it all together that he's become a vet. And I know that he still streams, I think, almost daily in the evenings, so definitely still putting in the work.
Awesome.
Juicy, when you talk about someone like retired, you know, what do we do here? You've got basically no accomplishments to your name in the CRL level. I think you said that he had gotten to the top 250, which is 100 points on the CRL leaderboard back in 2023, which, you know, as you were saying, not easy to accomplish, but a lot of people got to that number.
Yeah, I mean, retired is someone that I've definitely seen his name a lot over the years. On Royale EPI, he has no accolades. Maybe it's because he has like different accounts. He doesn't have like a official professional profile or whatever it may be. But either way, I mean, for us, this is a complete rookie, someone we've never seen an event like this before. We have a little bit of information on the left side. Slovakian wildcard has emerged as one of the biggest surprises of competition, ready to shake it up in the bracket and prove anything but done. I love it. And looks like we're going to be seeing a deck that he's played 10 games with recently. He's won all of them. I think this is going to be... No, this isn't the deck I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a P.E.K.K.A. Gob Giant after seeing the Bomber, but looks like it might be actually Electro Giant for retired with the Spear Empress.
We're going to see you running this for the next week if it goes well. Let's go, Spirit Empress. I heard there was a bug with her for a little bit. It seems like that bug was fixed. It was something about no matter how much elixir you had, the unit that was supposed to be played was always the ground unit. I actually never saw that interaction. I never had an issue with it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was just rumblings on the internet, but she did get a buff, an HP buff and an attack speed buff. Still, the usage has gone down quite a bit. It's a really unique card. I really love the idea behind it. I don't know if it needs like one more piece to make it a little stronger, or if then it just becomes broken. I'm not sure, but as of right now, Retired seems to be happy with it in this, what looks like a E-Giant deck.
No E-Giant bridge here. Interesting. He decides to go in the back. I don't mind this, especially as he's continuing to try and figure out what he's exactly playing against. But historically, Kitashiyan's deck doesn't really have ability in it. So I maybe would have liked to see it actually at the bridge in that situation. Not a huge fan of this Spear Empress either. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe, I guess he could have delayed it slightly. But either way, going to do a good job of defending the Golden Knight. But E-Giant not breaking through because he does have ability. His deck does have the Tesla variation. This is interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as you about that Spirit Empress. Nice snipe over the middle. Okay, there's the E-Giant at the bridge to protect. Bomb being on top of the Magic Archer. Juicy, what's the synergy with the Spirit Empress? Is it just to go over the middle and because she has a long range, you can maybe snipe buildings and maybe you don't have, like, you don't have to have the NATO or you don't have to have the lightning, one of the spells? Maybe he still has both.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that historically the Phoenix has been used to try to snipe over the river, but like you said, it does has a much larger melee range actually. So maybe that is what we'll see. Maybe we'll see a Spear Empress over the river trying to snipe out of Tesla, get the E-Giant for the power. I think the other thing about Spear Empress is simply the versatility. Obviously E-Giant decks mainly use Boulder nowadays, but a lot of the time you end up seeing a Knight being played to have a tank, so Spear Empress can kind of fill that role in a way, as well as fill the role of the air unit. But I don't know. It seems like Retired is really going to be struggling to break through with the E-Giant, which has kind of been the problem ever since Evolution's been out of the game, and this King Tower activation is not going to make it easier.
No, sir, it is not, and the E-Giant played low to defend against the Goblin Drill with the late dash from the Golden Knight from Kitashiyan. Gets a lot of damage in on that right-hand side. Makes a E-Giant cross the bridge with basically no HP, but now we're seeing a real push. We should see a second Tesla come down, even if it's necessary. Not sure if it will be. There it is. And that will help clean up the Spirit Empress as well. Yeah. I was going to say, she should get one shot on the tower, but you never know with these new cards and their interactions, but that's the whole point of the attack speed buff. Gets one shot in. 2459, 2411 are the two HPs on Kitashiyan's towers. 1824 is the lowest on Retired as we see Kita try to go left-hand side.
Like the E-Giant kite here, Tesla up high, Golden Knight going to dash, trying to get some damage. Lightning deciding to go after the tower instead of the Tesla, which I think is pretty valid. Boulder trying to get locked on the tower with the tornado. It will get one shot as it hits the guards. All of a sudden, we have a tied game with 25 seconds left.
And obviously, the lightning damage is a huge factor here. Drill comes in a little late on the barrel, or excuse me, a little late on the barrel because the bomb was already there. I think a little damage came in. 1678, 1857. That E-Giant gets turned back around, and there's the lightning. Kita's got to make something happen.
Oh my gosh, the tornado from Retired prevents the Magic Archer NATO from locking on, and it's just simply over. Kita with no direct damage, the Lightning doing just enough, and Retired taking game number 1 in his rookie debut.
I mean, I love that he stayed in it. am I crazy to think that Kita was like a little lulled into a false sense of security there?
Yeah.
Was he just? I feel like he wasn't playing aggressive enough for the whole like triple elixir. He was just like on his back foot, like casually defending, casually sending in drills. I didn't see any like lunge for the victory there.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, he went in with some drills. I think the biggest thing for him there is maybe not that. Maybe he just couldn't like make anything happen, because when you're going in same lane as Electro Giant, it's really hard to get the Magic Archer to the bridge. I mean, you saw at the end there, he tried to go for it, but the bowler's always there blocking the lane. The Barbarian Barrel coming through. The drills were really easily controlled by the bowler, the Barbarian Barrel. I don't know, maybe it's too late, but maybe you have to switch lanes in that situation, or maybe you just need to lock down your defense a little bit more. He was in quite the damage lead, as you said, but a couple bowler hits, a couple lightnings on the tower, one Spear Empress connection, it ended up all kind of accumulating until the point where he was evened up. One more lightning got the damage lead, and then at that point it was too late.
And he did try to go opposite lane, but it gets kited by the E-Giant over the middle, as you were pointing out. Nice kite there from the E-Giant just to keep the focus where Retired wanted it to be. And, you know, as you know, and as all E-Giant players know, you are playing the full 5 minutes most of the time. Unless you take that tower, like, you are always still in it as an E-Giant player. You know, if you're a minor control player, or, you know, even like a Beatty type player, and you see that you're just way too far behind, they have all the answers. But E-Giant, you get that right bowler lineup, you get a good lightning connection in there, someone gives you just a little bit too much spell power or spell value, and you can steal those games in the final moments. And I really like that from this rookie, we saw him just go, all right, we're still in it, slow and steady wins the race. And it was kind of an anticlimactic ending, but probably not for Retired. He's probably stoked. His game plan worked, right? Took damage early, kind of felt things slipping a little bit, snuck some good damage in, and then just kind of evened out and took control of the game. Really like what I saw there. And you know what, Juice? How do you feel about that E-Giant deck? You know, you've played all the best E-Giant decks out there. Where does that one fall in your ratings right now? Does it look interesting to play, or do you think it just found itself in a good spot?
Yeah, I mean, really well said on everything there, and I do like the looks of the deck. I mean, I honestly haven't played much with the Spear Empress. It seems really expensive for the value that it provides, but I think it did a decent job this game of, you know, acting as a small ground tank for the Gold Knight when necessary, applying pressure. We never got to see it like over the river, to try to snipe on the Tesla, which makes sense. It is pretty expensive when you're trying to get that E-Giant Boulder lightning push, but I think I'm definitely gonna have to give it a try. And I'm really, really happy not only with how Retired played, but also his demeanor that match, despite being down so much damage. Like, he really did a great job of really staying calm, collected, and I don't know, he just played like he always had a chance to win, which he obviously did. He barely, just at the very end, was able to get that damage lead. Really well played.
He's also trying to rock the Ian77 meta, playing in bed. You know, Igor did it last month, Ian did it last month, and it really worked out for him. So we got Retired here playing from the comforts of his own boudoir as Kitashiyan is trying to bounce back here in game number 2.
All right, another bait cannoneer deck. We have a Berserker as well. Already loving the looks of this quick cycle log bait deck. And it's another situation where Retired's got the cannoneer. This time with the Mother Witch, though. This Mother Witch maybe can make a bit of a difference despite not having any elixir for the Gombro left lane right now.
Crazy how that 2 elixir Berserker, even against cannoneer, is able to get some good damage in.
Yeah.
Left unattended.
Yeah, it's a little bit tankier than people realize. I mean, the fact that it can survive a fireball at a 2 elixir card is pretty wild.
1776, already the lowest tower on the board, as Retired here is going to deal with. I mean, when you're running against like a deck like this, if you're Retired, I think a lot of your first couple minutes needs to be spent defending and getting a lot of defensive mortars out. Wow, this is an interesting deck with the Phoenix coming into the mix.
Phoenix is interesting. I don't know, maybe expecting like a little bit more of an air-based deck. Don't love it. I really don't love the Phoenix in this situation.
Same, because I have seen a version of this deck out there with the Mother Witch, but it definitely does not have the Phoenix. I think it has bats.
Right, that makes more sense. Mortar does get a couple hits.
mortar shots in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I kind of like Kitashiyan's version here. We saw Mugi play this deck with triple spirit. I think the Berserker instead of one of the spirits. It's just a small little tank. It's one more elixir, but I think it's gonna basically help out a lot in this match, especially versus the Skeleton King, the Mother Witch, you name it, whereas a spirit would really struggle.
Yeah, I think it just kind of cleans up the variability on interactions, right? We saw Mugi pull off perfect Ice Spirit, Fire Spirit, plus E Spirits. Now, as you just saw with that Cannoneer crossing the bridge, excuse me, Cannon Cart crossing the bridge, it's just like, all right, I can just play the 1/2 elixir with the card. I don't have to think more about it. And here we go, defensive mortars coming down. Always sucks when you have to defensive mortar with your Evo mortar, but Retired kind of recognizing where the cycle was at with that Evo barrel coming along with where we're at elixir-wise in terms of ticking into overtime. 1939, going to be the lowest tower on the board for Kita. 932 for Retired, who is one game up in this best of 3.
This is really interesting. Evo Skellige on the back, forces out the game for the Evo Mortar, takes down its second Dark Gob, and here comes another Mortar at the bridge. I assume we'll see Skellige King ability early. Nope, he's going to wait. Play it now. Arrows do come out finally on the Dark Gob. He's been saving it the entire game just to try to break through for this push, but as he's pressuring, the down throw comes through, and he's doing so much damage.
I know there's two things, but I understand why he's not doing them. I don't know if the arrow is not coming out for the whole game was a good choice or a bad choice. I don't think that's above my pay grade. But the one thing I will say is that a lot of times you need to try to catch these barrels with your goblins when you're running Cannoneer. Right. Your goblin game can completely negate the damage, but Kita's been doing a really good job. He's only thrown a straight barrel a couple times after that first one or two, and then you saw Retired try to use a gang to catch it, and then you saw Kita already changing up its positioning. So it's just a tough spot to be in, and you know, I really like what Kita did. He just was like, okay, I know what you can and can't defend. You cannot defend the double barrel, period. And then true. You are going to have trouble defending every other regular barrel, especially if I put it in a different spot. So I'm just going to play really calm and cool and defend and throw in barrels and win the game. That's really all that came down to, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, I think you called it perfectly. I mean, the only thing I'll add to that is I think Kita did a great job of basically every time it seemed like you could Retired could make a good mortar, a push, a cannon was dropping down in the perfect timing to lock onto that. That was played well. I think, like we talked about already, but the Phoenix seemed like he was also really holding him back in the situation. I think almost any card could have provided a little bit more value, whether it be bats for a quicker cycle, maybe even, I don't know, I'd even take like a spirit in that situation just to cheapen the deck a little bit. It didn't seem like the Phoenix was getting much done.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. You and I both saw it, and we're both kind of tilted our head. We're like, interesting. What is that card doing in this deck? And honestly, in the meta right now, Phoenix is just kind of in a weird spot.
True.
But the version that I was looking at here, if I can find it, I want to just see exactly what it is for those people at home that maybe do want to run a deck similar to that, but without the Phoenix, because the Mother Witch has just been showing up more and more. Like I was saying at the top of the show, even though she's had varied success today, it does seem like people are kind of catching on with how much bait and how much swarm is out there. Yeah, the version that, I think the versions that we see, it's either spears instead of the Phoenix,
that makes
bats
a lot
instead
of
of the
sense.
Phoenix. Yeah, I like the spears just having one more unit on the ground as well, but and obviously more of those swarmy cards to stack that Skelly King's health. But here we go, game number 3. I mean, Retired, honestly, Juicy, it did feel like that was just more of like a matchup conversation in game number 2, right? It didn't really feel like Retired did anything too bad, right? Or too wrong.
Yeah, I think that's kind of, I don't know, I like his gameplay. We saw in game 1 and game 2, he stayed calm. He made the best plays he could. He's not doing anything like grand. He's not doing any like crazy predictions. There was one time that I saw that he actually played an arrows on nothing last game. but it was sneaky because he didn't think his mortar was going to take out one of the dark gobs, but it did, and he played in arrows. Maybe if he didn't make that mistake, he could have made the comeback. It could have been possible with a little bit more elixir to maybe block a cannon, but I think these are some growing pains from Retired. We're hopping into game 3. This is his debut best of 3 for CRL. We'll see what he's got going against, like you said, Kit, one of the OGs for Clash Royale League.
Evo Val, Evo Spirit with the Goblin Hut.
Mine. Ooh.
There she is again.
Yeah. Really, it makes a lot of sense, but wow, and the Goblin Curse too. He's got the double curse here for everything. And you can see Retired. He's taking a deep breath. He's like, wow, I am playing Goblin Hut. I'm assuming a couple more cards are going to be like Bats or Wall Breakers or Spear Gobs. And he's going against a Mother Witch and a Curse. We'll see what he can do here. He's yet to take any damage, either player. Nothing has been done yet, so there's a lot still possible here.
I was gonna say, I want to see Kita punish right now. He did have a big elixir advantage after that very first send. Retired does come away not taking any damage yet, but now he is in a lot of trouble. Only 2 elixir in the tank, and I think that's it, Juicy. I don't know how you get on top of that cannon cart.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great call. He finally gets the Evo Valk down when he has enough elixir, but at this point, it's too little, too late. And the counter push isn't going to do much either as the boss being dropped from the board. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say really about that. I guess the pressure at the beginning from the Mother Witch was a little bit too much. Yeah. Maybe an overcommitment with that last Valkyrie. Maybe you just have to take a little bit of damage from the boss bandit in that situation. But I mean, you see the boss bandit getting even more value, and he continues to apply pressure. Cannon card block. Goblin Hut does push it back. Retire's trying to hold on for dear life, but not only does he have to defend continually, but he has to make something happen on offense. The problem is that this deck is not one of those decks that are good for comebacks like the E-Giant is.
Yeah, I mean, Kita doing exactly what you're supposed to after, blood in the water in the first just opening moments with that Mother Witch and the overspend from Retired, and then just relentless pressure. Like you were saying, Juicy, not only does he have to defend, but he does need to do 2,613 damage in the next 27 seconds. Yeah. And Kita not allowing that to happen.
Man, what a fascinating match. So much pressure. This cannon card, the ghost, double towers down. Retired seemingly completely unable to defend. He does have the Evo Valkyrie, but even that is getting knocked around. DPS down by the cannon cart. As the Barden goes lock on, that will be a 3 crown for Kitashiyan, winning the best of 3. Look at that celebration. I love it.
I know, he loves it. Pulls off the reverse sweep, does it with style. And Juicy, we have seen now several times with these decks that are just all offense, no defense, go, go, go. I mean, I feel like that deck that we just saw had like very little defensive prowess and is just all about relentless pressure, as we saw him do for the entire game. Not even just the second half, but that entire game from the opening bout. Interesting stuff here. We've seen, I think that's the 3rd or 4th one now where we've seen it's just all about overwhelm.
Yeah. Yeah, really interesting, because that's not usually what we see in Clash Royale League. Usually we see really a slow, methodical gameplay, chipping away. But it seems like all of these minor control chip decks are getting obliterated by Bridge Spam, Triple Spell, Mother Witch. Almost every time we've seen this minor deck come out, it's always going to be a Bridge Spam, Mother Witch, just countering into oblivion. Wild stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would maybe steer away from it for a little bit and try to just play some of the other stuff that's popular in the meta. I mean, it is a real thing. We talk about it every single competition, and this does seem to be the deck style that is catching fire, whether it's, the Golden Knight NATO one with Ram, or the Battle Ram one we saw earlier, or this Battle Ram one we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of Goblin Curse. As you were talking about, Juicy, if you're playing a heavier deck, you almost got to have Curse in it. What's the exact thought process there when you're playing like a beatdown deck, why you have to have Curse in it?
It's just because of how strong Logbait is, whether it's Mortar Bait, the triple Spirit deck with Gang, or like a normal Logbait deck with like Goblin Barrel and stuff. if you're going to actually be able to apply enough pressure and break through, yeah, even the Goblin Hut is a strong defensive card. The Goblin Curse just does such a good job of spawning in goblins, but also the damage amplification just allows your troops to break through in a way that previously we might have seen like lightning be used in beatdown decks to break through.
Yeah.
After the lightning nerf, I think a lot of people are just shifting to the Goblin Curse, sometimes the Rage, to actually just increase the hit speed or the damage that your units are doing to break through that way.
And the reason that I really wanted you to break it down is because I feel like there's a handful or a large majority of players out there in the world still that don't really quite understand when and how and why to use the Goblin Curse. Obviously, you know, people like you and myself, where it's a big part of our lives playing this game and understanding new cards and all the intricacies of them. It's just one of those cards that I think people are still kind of figuring out in the world, other than those that are at the higher levels of the game. So here we go, talking about higher levels of the game. We have moved on to our quarterfinals. We're going to meet 4 more of our competitors for the very first time today. Obviously, you have met them in the past, and the reason you're meeting them only just now is because they have a first round bye. I did see some people online talking a little bit about the whole idea around the first round bye, so I'm going to get into that in just one second. But GencAslan, Ruben, Mohammed Light, Ardan, they were all the top 4 players of their individual groups, which means they did not have to start off in that first 8. So now Lucas, Sub, Mugi, and Kita will face off against the 4 of them respectively, starting with GencAslan versus Lucas, to see if they can keep their good runs going on both sides. Obviously, the player that had the first round bye is coming off of a great couple weekends, and the person that they're playing has had a good start of the day today. So, Juicy, when you talk about the advantage of getting that first round bye, some players are going, well, what is the whole point of this? You know, if you are in that first round bye and you lose and you're already sent down to the lower brackets, so what's the point? I mean, I think the point is that you're already in the second round of the upper bracket. You don't have to play in the beginning, you know, right? And we're also getting, instead of 8 competitors, we're regularly getting 12 that hasn't actually messed with our double elimination system. I mean, I feel like that covers the most bases. I don't know if there's anything else that I'm missing in there, but I truly believe that the first round bye is a benefit.
Yeah, it's definitely a benefit. I don't know. We talk about, oh, they're not warm, but like, honestly, when you get to this point of players, like this level of players, I think that if you're getting nerves because you weren't playing the first round, maybe you shouldn't have a first round bye. Maybe like you're not ready for this tournament. But like, I'm sure all of these players are ready to play. We talk about it every month that we do this, but I also always have to point out the fact that they've basically been able to see all of their opponents play and kind of reveal their hand in a way. It doesn't matter as much anymore, but back when I was a pro, being secretive about what decks you were practicing and what decks you are going to play in big tournaments was a huge thing. Nowadays, with Evos and stuff, a lot of players just kind of practice on their main account because it can be fairly expensive to try to have multiple secret accounts to practice on. But either way, being able to see your opponent's decks, what they're comfortable with to play at this high level, is definitely an advantage.
Yeah, and also I think the other part of that conversation are the decks that haven't worked yet today.
Right.
So we'll see if there is any more minor control. But here we go. Lucas, top of your screen, going up against GencAslan at the bottom of your screen. The player from Turkey obviously has a massive fan base. Had a World Finals appearance a few years ago. Didn't go the way that he wanted it. Obviously, there was parts of that with, as you guys can see on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, representing Turkey on the map by qualifying for the 2022 CRL World Finals. And a little quiet over the last couple of years, but here he is. He's back. And he's running Mortar, so I'm happy with him at the moment.
So Mortar and Lucas using another double or triple small spell bridge spam that we've kind of become accustomed to at this point in the tournament. I kind of like GencAslan's matchup here. We've only really seen bridge spam really sell versus these kind of minor bait control decks, but I think this Mortar deck is going to do a great job in this matchup, mainly because he does have the guards variation too.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Those guards are going to be a nuisance, whether it's taking care of the boss bandit, obviously, but going to be a great response to the cannon card and even that battle ram. And then you talk about having, you know, log to help reset the stun of the battle, or reset the charge of the battle ram. Just a lot more options here for GencAslan. So we'll see how this plays out as we are just about 50 seconds remaining here in regulation. Evo Mortar going to come down. Knight plus Cannon Cart here. Going to run into a Cannon Cart plus Boss Bandit.
Boss Bandit is going to dash to the Cannon Cart. Barbarian Barrel coming through. Guards do not pick up. The Evo Mortar stays alive enough to take out the Cannon Cart. Here comes Evo Battle Ram. These log timings from Aslan have been perfect.
Yeah.
Not only is it knocking back the Battle Ram, timing the charge, but he's timing it perfectly as the Battle Ram is dying to also hit the Barbarians. The defense is great. The offense is even greater as he continues to chip away at the left-hand side tower.
So it goes for some bats. They don't get a lot, but then the guards take out that Cannon Cart as this Royal Ghost sneaks down the lane. GencAslan's probably just going to have to eat that damage. Don't love to have to eat 2 Royal Ghost hits, but Lucas, as you can see, a lot happier than Genc about that interaction.
Battle Ram bridge. Mortar drops down. Wait a second. Okay. I was scared.
I know. I saw it too. Yeah.
I was scared for a second. The Battle Ram, after that one pathing update, loves to bypass buildings when played on the edge of the map like that. But the Mortar does pull, and Aslan continues to have phenomenal defense with the perfect log timing once again. Hitting the barbs.
I love that you pointed that out.
The Battle Ram, and then all those goblins from the Bat's curse. That was nice.
Yeah, GencAslan just really clean right now. Love to see it after taking a bit of a hiatus. As we got just 80 seconds remaining here. 1883 is Lucas's lowest tower. GencAslan at 24-14. And now he's doing, honestly, what he should be doing, which is I have a good damage lead, I have a big spell, and I have a great tanky building. I'm going to hold on for 60 seconds. But when you're going up against one of the best in the world in Lucas, it does just leave a little bit of, when you're only defending, there's always an opportunity for a mistake. And we almost saw it right there from the Boss Bandit.
Yeah, Boss Bandit almost breaking through. Aslan with a last-second miner to stop that dash, and then the second dash too. Wait, Log is in cycle. It's most of the goblins. Evo Battle Ram is scary. Another Battle Ram in cycle. Another curse fireball dropping on defense, but he misses the barbs. He missed the Evo barbs. Evo
Lucas
Battle Ram
knows he's got it.
Oh my goodness. The defense is
1689.
It's successful, but he continues to apply pressure. Lucas continuing to stack on the board as many units as possible. A curse, a zap. Mortar does not pull the Battle Ram.
Wow.
I think it's over, Andrew. Wait, the defense, it's there, but there's only 15 seconds. He needs to go miner.
And the miner gets caught. The miner gets caught. Lucas puts together a beautiful 30+ seconds of relentless offense. After Aslan is in complete control for most of that game. Wow is right. Just unbelievable pressure from the Brazilian.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess if anyone can do it, it's Lucas. But like you said, the pressure was amazing. Even more amazing was Aslan's ability to somehow barely stay in it. His defense, I saw like twice there, I thought it was completely over, but he was barely holding on by a thread. But then at the very end, you called it the catch on the skeletons for that last miner. If he did not catch that miner, I think Aslan might actually win in that situation. But the pressure, along with the last-second defense, Lucas somehow making it happen.
Yeah, the missed mortar over the center there. The Battle Ram goes to the crash down Cannon Cart. So now that Cannon Cart DPS isn't there to help clean up the Boss Bandit that's there to help the guards out. I was going to ask you, there was that moment where I was like, okay, he's doing the right thing now. He's setting up his defense. But then I was also saying, it is a little worrisome when you only are going to focus on defense for a minute against a deck like this, against an opponent like Lucas. Do you think he got a little too overconfident in his damage lead and should have maybe kept up just a little bit of offensive pressure? Because I think the moment that Lucas saw that he played the defensive mortar and was starting to slow play things in the back, that Lucas was like, I only have one option right now, and that's to completely sell out instead of making Lucas have to choose a little bit of defense, a little bit of offense. It's hard to say because obviously that deck is going to overwhelm and triple. But I wonder sometimes if the best little bit of defense is just playing a little bit of offense.
That's a good point. I mean, you're obviously a very good mortar player. Like, I think I have to agree with you. I think a lot of the time with mortar, but also with a lot of different decks, only focusing on defense it just allows your opponent to stack up those big pushes, those big dual lane pressures that Lucas was able to do. Maybe instead of playing the defensive mortar, maybe you play an offensive mortar and basically just force Lucas to continue to defend a little bit, try and keep the momentum. Momentum is a thing that we talk about a lot in Clash Royale, whether it be within a best of 3 or within a match. Like getting the momentum and controlling the pace of the game is something that's very important, especially versus a deck like Lucas there, that bridge spam deck.
Yeah.
It's all about momentum, and he did a great job of taking advantage of that at the end. Just like it seemed like everything that happened started with that boss spin on the left-hand side, where Aslan barely got the miner down in time. Then he had the perfect boss spin ability, taking out the miner, forcing out more elixir, and then he was started pressuring the right side as he continued to be up elixir and use that momentum to force more and more mistakes from Aslan.
Big shout out to all of our fans in Turkey. It's been a while since we've seen GencAslan or one of the other Turkey players in the mix, and I always remember seeing the chat and all the support. So happy to see all you guys here. Happy to see you supporting your countrymen as we see a nice King Tower activation here to start. Lucas recognizing I've got Cannoneer. Those goblins are going to get damage on my tower. How do I make the most out of this? Well, let's get a King Tower activation in to start as we see a Goblin Demolisher for the first time today.
Yeah, Goblin Demolisher is such an interesting card. It seems like it's exclusively used in Goblin Drill deck, as it is kind of mixed between a Bomber and a Wall Breakers, which are both good in Goblin Drill decks. Wow, not hitting the tower there. Cannoneer really clutching up. Here comes the drill from Lucas' side of the map. Looks like it's going to be, I don't know, maybe some sort of balloon freeze or I mean, I can't really imagine it being anything other than a balloon freeze deck.
Yeah, you see the Ice Wiz. I mean, Spirit Empress is always interesting because we're still getting used to seeing her around, and MK comes down.
I like the goblins here behind the Mega Knight to try to defense down while the Valkyrie's tanking. Spirit Empress, it's going to probably clean up this counter push really well, but it won't get any damage on tower. But I think that Lucas is fairly happy with this situation, because he's going to help get the Evo Mega Knight in cycle, and he does clean up the counter push.
Lumberjack cycled in the back here, going to meet that drill well, and Lucas decides to go up high with that Ice Wiz, just not to soak up any additional chip damage.
Yeah, I like the Valkyrie there too, just continuing to cycle there. He doesn't have Evo Valkyrie in his deck, which is interesting, but yeah, it's still doing a great job as a team to clean up. Oh my gosh. Wait, this freeze play is so smart. He freezes, keeps the Tesla underground so the balloon can go to the tower, but a nice Evo Snowball. Going to kind of make this defense a lot easier than I might have originally thought.
A great little game of chess there between these two guys. Do love that freeze. Not something you see super often, just because honestly Balloon Freeze is not played as much as it used to, but that's just something for you Balloon Freeze players to recognize. That does work on those underground units. The Spirit Empress is actually going to be getting a good amount of value in this matchup. It's just something I was thinking about. You know, not really any way to get on top of her other than the Tesla.
That's true. Yeah, I think it's obviously Aslan is up about 1,000 HP right now. Continues to chip away with a few snowballs, a few arrows here and there. But I think the more time, I'm very similar to last match actually. The more time that Aslan continues to focus solely on defense, the more time Lucas is going to be able to stack up big air-based pushes with the Spear Empress and the balloons, or as you said, a Tesla and Snowball is the only air defense targeting cards. It might be enough. It might be enough to defend, but there is a big chance that we see a big Evil Mega Knight balloon freeze, dual lane pressure push to make something happen here.
I know, I was just thinking the same thing about, you know, we're 83 seconds remaining here in the game, obviously about to get into triple elixir. GencAslan has taken almost no damage. He's still ahead by 1,000 HP, but for some reason, it still feels like Lucas could steal this game. Like, it feels like he still has the confidence that he is going to steal this game, but maybe this defense is just going to hold through for the next minute.
Mega Knight the bridge, drill forced on defense, Mega Knight jumps on top. Spear Empress at the bridge in ground form. Lumberjack is
next on the left-hand side.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see that. Big damage. I guess Lucas is going all out for this offense. He goes for the Tornado Freeze combo, but the Goblin Demolisher. It explodes everything. You see Lucas shaking his head, almost unbelieving that he didn't get any damage with that push.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, complete sellout, takes a bunch of damage from the left-hand side. Now he's trying to set up that exact push that you're talking about. Evo MK, balloon behind, trying to get a Spirit Empress in there as well. But we're going to see GencAslan, as you like to call it, setting up Sim City here. There's the Teslas. There's the freeze, though. We'll see if this balloon on the right-hand side can make something happen with that Evo Lumberjack.
The biggest problem is that there's an Evo Tesla and an Evo Snowball in cycle. So... once again, that is the thing about Evos. It seems like every time Lucas had a good chance to make something happen, the Evo snowballs are in cycle, not only pushing the balloon super far back, but giving a lot of time for Aslan to recoup some of the elixir that he continued to be forced to use on defense. He did a great job of always spamming those snowballs seemingly randomly. Like throughout the match, we've seen a snowball just placed randomly on a Mega Knight, randomly on the tower. But it's not random. There's a method to the madness. He's getting the Evo Snowball in cycle as a get out of jail free card for any of those strong offensive pushes.
Yeah, and that is a great point you make, because we saw it earlier today with Mugi in the triple Spirit deck with the Evo Dark Goblin just being a complete counter to the graveyard. Didn't matter if he had nothing else in cycle, that Dark Goblin was enough. And then, as you said, even baits out the poison, but the poison from the Dark Goblin is going to still clean up the graveyard. And then, as we talked about, I think it was last month against, oh man, who was it? I can't remember exactly who it was. It might have been Kita. I don't know, but it was always having an Evo Valkyrie in cycle going up against
I remember
RG.
that match.
It was so well played. It was always perfectly cycled. It wasn't Kita. It's going to drive me crazy. I'll figure it out. But it was just one of those things, and it's one of those things that you have to think about at the highest level. Like you said, Juice, it's just your get out of jail free card. If you know where you're really going to be the weakest, if you know what's really going to punish you the most, you've got to make sure you have that one card available. And GencAslan, he even gave a little stare down the camera at the end, just like, nah, not going to happen, man. Like, I had that defense locked down from start to finish. And now we're going to go to game number 3 here. Obviously, again, Aslan is the one that had the first round bye. Lucas already came through a best of 3 set, winning 2 games over 1. And yeah, here we go, going to game number 3 again. And it feels very even so far. I will say game 1 did feel obviously more in favor of Lucas, but game number 2, it felt... I guess I had a false sense of offense from Lucas, because it did feel like Aslan had defense locked down so well throughout that entire game, but I don't know why in my mind I thought that Lucas had like a plan to break through, but yeah, but the Evo Snowball, Evo Tesla drill, I don't know how you break through that.
Yeah, I honestly was with you. Like, with Tesla's the only air defense, I thought there was a way with the Spear Empress, with the balloon, with the Mega Knight applying pressure, but... The thing that I really forget a lot of the time is that the Goblin Demolisher, despite not hitting air with its attack, a lot of the time he positioned the Goblin Demolisher in a way that even if it got frozen, even if it died, it was still going to provide value on defense by that death explosion. And it did a great job of helping out versus the Lumberjack, versus any of the air units. Really smart placements, and once again, the Evo Snowball to get time for more Teslas. Like, it was really, really well played.
Yeah, the pushback and the damage from that Demolisher really is crazy. How, I mean, the damage that it does defensively, and then adding all that in to where you can just play it right at the bridge if you need to just clean up a bunch of stuff, or right underneath attacking units, is always been one of my favorite things about that. I do think it is still one of the more interesting cards that has been introduced in the game in a while. So here we go, game number 3 against Aslan. Bottom of your screen, Lucas here at the top. Both of them still going to be in the competition no matter what happens here, but one of them will be sent to the lower bracket, and one of them will be sent to the next round of the upper bracket. And believe it or not, we are 2 hours into our broadcast, and it's the first time we are seeing a Hog Rider.
I know. I was going to say that too. I'm glad to see him. I mean, I love Hog Rider gameplay, especially the high level. It seems like maybe it's not being used. Wait, we have a double Hog Rider mirror. Okay. This is exciting stuff. So we have a Hog Rider mirror, except GencAslan seems like he has a little bit of a quicker cycle, but Lucas has a Tesla, which is, I would say, slightly better as a kind of anti-earthquake card. So, and Among versus Mighty Miner. Wow, this is going to be fascinating. I'm not even sure who I'd give the advantage. Maybe it's got to be Lucas since he actually has the log. I didn't realize Aslan didn't have log.
Yeah, the log is going to help a lot. Wizard. Okay, okay.
Oh, you know, lightning.
Wow. Okay, so these guys definitely keeping us guessing up here in the figurative booth. Hopefully this E-Spirit can get a King Tower activation for Lucas at some point, because that will help just a little bit with those hogs, but obviously one of those things that you don't want to give away if you're against Aslan, but Lucas still gets it. Beautifully played.
Wow. I mean, you spoke that into existence right there. A really nice placement of the Ice Spirit right in between the Tesla and the King Tower, allowing the E-Spirit to connect, getting the King activation. And yeah, it's a great call. I mean, a lot of the time, it's easy to get King activation versus Hog because they use Firecracker. But Aslan with the Wizard here, I think that was one of the only opportunities Lucas had to get that connection with the E-Spirit, and that's going to be providing a lot of defensive value this match.
Let's go. Firecracker out just on command.
Ooh, this is a push.
Yeah, did the Ice Spirit die to the shield coming off the Evo Wizard? That was so weird.
Yeah, I must have. And the Hogger does connect as well. Decent defense for Lucas, but I think the Monk is definitely strong in a situation like that. Mainly when Lightning comes down, Barbaro kind of missed. Hog gets another connection. Okay, very even match. Both players kind of struggling to defend each other, actually.
Monk down perfectly in time here. Ability needs to come off, take care of that Evo Firecracker, but damage already done.
Wow. And the fire doesn't even get deflected. The Monk did get a rework recently, making it so it takes more damage while in ability state, but giving it slightly more overall HP. And the Monk actually goes down before it can get the deflection. So that rework kind of showing the difference in the Monk here. Very close match still, but I think that GencAslan kind of lost his opportunity to attack, giving Lucas not one, but another opportunity to go for a Hog Rider soon. Interesting.
Wizard over the middle here, gonna do a little bit of work on both lanes. As the Hog gets cycled from the back here by Lucas.
Okay, Evo Skelly's kind of getting a lot of value. Firecracker dropping down. I like the Barbell taking on the Tesla. Hog Rider's a bit of a threat. He does have the log. But the bomb tower is still on the board, and Lucas without Earthquake can't like take it out very easily. Lightning does a good job of breaking through instantly, but with the Skellies here, I don't know if this is going to work.
I know, and it's also so interesting because now Aslan knows that that Lightning has to come down every single time, which means now the Wizard can come down just a little bit out of range and always be safe on the board.
Ooh, that's a good call. Hog Rider trying to break through. Evo Tesla, a nice little get out of jail free card here. Mighty Miner is on the board, but so is the Monk. So both players with 3-card cycle active. And it seems like Aslan kind of continuing to apply pressure. Lightning cycle for Lucas doesn't feel like the right play.
I know. I don't know why it made me feel uncomfortable when it happened.
Yeah. Wait, Firecracker?
Right now?
Oh my gosh. Firecracker.
Lightning comes in again.
That Firecracker damage might be what he needs to win this game.
Oh, Monk, and he misses that Firecracker.
Oh my gosh, and you see him shake his head. 14 seconds left.
And you see whoever is in the peanut gallery shake their head with the goblin shaking head emote, knowing that in a mirror match you can only make so many mistakes. Wow. And I gotta say, at the end there, Lucas really cleaned everything up, and Aslan started to make a lot more mistakes. And it makes sense, right? Because the one thing that we didn't talk about that I was going to keep bringing up is, Lucas is one of the best Hog players in the entire game.
Yeah.
Aslan, obviously one of the best players in the game, but Lucas kind of wielding his weapon of choice, able to come out on top, cleaning up some interactions there at the end, getting some nice Firecracker damage in. I love the call out about the change in the Monk, Juicy, just because it's so rare that you can see those small percentages kind of come into play and actually like analyze it in real time, and it was very apparent in that one moment. That Firecracker, I think, in the past probably would not have stayed alive as long as it did. I think that Monk would have had a little bit more I think the Monk would have taken care of it. I don't know a better way to say it. So
yeah,
there we go. Those are the decks that we saw in all 3 games. I like these decks, Juice. I think I really like all 6 decks from these guys.
I agree. Yeah, I think all these decks look really strong. One last thing I got to call out about that last match. I think once again, we saw a situation where every time Aslan had a really good opportunity of attack, not only did Lucas manage his cycle well to always have the evil firecracker, but he also predicted twice the monk at the bridge. And everyone back at home is probably like, Juicy, what are you talking about? Why would you predict a monk with a firecracker? It's just going to get deflected. But not only did he predict it with a firecracker twice that match, but he also predicted with an ice spirit to keep the monk across the opponent's side of the map, allowing the firecracker to get value by damaging everything, but also forcing out the monk ability on his opponent's side of the map so it could not tank for the Hog Rider push. It was really well played from Lucas there.
Yeah, and then that was the part of the monk ability being in, but taking more damage where the firecracker was still able to clean it off the board. So yeah, really, really interesting stuff there. Great plays by Lucas. I love that breakdown of the catching the monk at the bridge. That is actually a really, really good call of how many times that monk just did not do what it felt like it should do on the left-hand side of the board when it's going up against a firecracker and a mighty miner. So Lucas is the first person to move on to our semis. We have Ruben, a world champion, going up against Sub, a world number 4 next. Then we got 2 world champions going back-to-back. So yeah, that's right. We get 3 world champions of our next 4 competitors. And then to close out our upper bracket for the day, Ardan and then Kita will face off in match number 8. But that's not all, as we will end on 9, 10, 11, and 12. As you can see, match number 9 has already been put together. The rookie in retired going up against GencAslan. Sandbox going to face off whoever loses this set, and respectively will fill in those last 2 spots for matches 11 and 12. We haven't seen Ruben yet today, but we have seen Ruben a decent amount this year. It was not in the last monthly finals, but it was in the CRL warm-up, I believe, if that's correct, Juicy. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Warm-up phase 2 and phase 3. We were able to see Ruben. He started off going 2-1 against Adriel, excuse me, which is already a great accomplishment. Adriel's been very, very strong over the last few years. Then he goes 2-1 against Greco, 2-1 against Yoru, 3-2 against Tourist, and then it was actually Ruben who went to the finals and then lost the double back-to-back grand finals against Tourist, who we actually haven't seen since his great run in the warm-up. With all that little bit of context, all that little bit of history, Juicy, what are your thoughts on the matchup that we're about to see?
I'm really excited about this match, actually. We have the king of consistency versus a world champion, but not only that, Ruben was considered the best player during his time, during his prime, and it's really cool to see him continue to work hard and continue to grind here in 2025. I was gonna just say, everyone drop a follow if you guys are new to the CRL Esports. This is the 2nd monthly final. Whoever wins this will be winning a golden ticket for World Finals. And someone asked in the chat, when is World Finals? It is this year at DreamHack Atlanta, October 31st, November 2nd. So make sure you guys go get your tickets for that as well. Andrew, I know it's kind of a hot seat. I'm throwing back the question here, but like, if you had to pick someone between these two to win this best of 3, who you got?
Oh man, gosh, that is so tough.
This is really tough.
It feels wrong to pick Sub over Ruben, but I do just feel like Sub has been playing a lot more dialed in lately at the highest level. I think that being said, I think I want to see Ruben win this set, but I have a feeling that Sub might take it. That's where I'm at. I know it's like a weird half answer, but I did give you an answer.
No, yeah, I actually completely agree with you. I 100% agree. I think that the one thing that I can see happen is obviously we have seen a few like small mistakes from Sub in the past in the first monthly finals. So if that happens, I think Ruben is going to be able to take full advantage of that. That's actually something that Ruben does best at in Clash Royale. I don't think I know anyone that basically takes more advantage of his opponent's mistakes than Ruben. But if Sub is able to like play perfect like he does most of the time, I think that's going to be a little bit more difficult for Ruben.
Yeah, Ruben was always kind of known for just slow playing, figuring out that one offensive push and then just completely obliterating you. And while obviously things have changed as the game has changed and evolved and other players have gotten better, that is still kind of his style, as it looks like he's running an RG Witch deck, I think, Juicy.
Yeah. Roller Giant
What do you think about Witch right now?
Good question. It's still used a lot. I don't love it. As you can see right there, like the nerf, it speaks for itself. On the right side, the can card was able to take it out before she could heal herself up. So it's definitely not as strong as it once was. That being said, any healing type card in Clash Royale is always going to have some sort of like usage. There's just so many different plays that can happen. Like if you can get like two, for example, like the biggest one is if you can get two Eva Witches on the board, like that is really tough to be able to defend.
Yeah.
Sub does have the Fireball though, so as we're already seeing, the Fireball is getting some value here for sure.
And that Dark Goblin is going to be a bit of a problem, I feel like. Probably a Fireball from Ruben, I would think.
I love the Monk ability early.
Yep.
I think that you got to try to deflect a Fireball there, but Sub is patient. Sub is very patient. Darkgog does get taken out though, but I mean, it just seems like we were just kind of yapping a bit, but like, I mean, that's our job, but also like, how did his tower get down to 1,373? So much ship damage coming through, and Ruben's just in a tough spot here in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like chip damage is really what it's been. It's just been like a couple hundred here, a couple hundred there. Yeah. You know, the barrels coming through, a couple skeletons lasting longer than they should. Ruben trying to defend the barrels with like a witch and then a monk so he can have more units on the board. So it's literally just been stuff like that.
Wait. Oh, nice mortar. The Roll Giant got pushed aside by the monk there to try to bypass, but another mortar dropping down, not only defending, but attacking. This is really smart from Sub. Witch is getting taken out with the mortar plus Fireball. Esports trying its best, but the Dargob locks in the tower. Tower's down to 2 Fireball range, and Ruben has yet to make any offensive presence. Wow.
And you see him play a Witch last second, maybe just saying, I don't want to quite give up, even though I already did give up, but I'm not going to. And now down to 172. Fireball going to come in and close out game number 1. Yeah, I mean, and there's the monk to try to block. I at least love the effort or the thought behind it all. Yeah, I don't know, man. That was really interesting, and I think it's actually really funny because when you were talking about that, I have it pulled up over here, and I was going back through and scrubbing, and it literally is just like skeleton barrel chip here, bat chip there, like just a little bit of damage over and over and over. Very uncharacteristic of Ruben, honestly, to
that's what I was thinking.
Kind of have that many mistakes that allow that much damage with nothing big happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It didn't seem like we are seeing like a locked-in Ruben here. Like, I don't know if he's distracted. I don't know if he needs to warm up. I don't know what the deal is, but that was not prime Ruben. That wasn't even close to prime Ruben. That wasn't even like, I don't know. I want to see more from Ruben.
That was baby Ruben. That wasn't even rookie Ruben right there. Yeah.
I want to see more from game number 2 from Ruben. I know that we will. Looking at the deck choices here, we saw Mortar and we saw Royal Giant. None of these cards can be repeated for game 2. The other thing is, I do know that Ruben is pretty good at Royal Giant, so I feel like that's also got to be another kind of a kick to him there. Like, I feel like it's going to be hard to come back already failing with one of your more comfortable decks.
Yeah, that's a great point that you make, because it did feel like he came out with maybe he wanted to go comfort, and it's tough because the Witch is really not the nerf was pretty substantial, Yeah. And it looks like here pretty even on as you guys can see the poll on the bottom of your screen. 57% of you going with Ruben, 43 with subs, so pretty much in line with what we were kind of talking about. It does feel very, very even. But then you look at the chat on YouTube, and what you were just saying, Juice, is just that was not the Ruben that we're used to seeing. So hopefully, like you said, he can clean things up here in game number 2. In terms of matchup, I don't know. The Witch not super strong, but I don't think that's enough of a reason why. It just really just felt like he was not playing he wasn't playing with urgency. That's really what it felt like. Right. It was just a little too lax for that entire game. It's a 3.6 cycle. He's got Lightning, he's got Bar Barrel, Evo Witch, Evo RG, along with you know, the Skellies and the Spirit and the Monk. So it's like he should have been able to get a little bit more offense out, and the Monk should have been able to do a little bit more against maybe the Cannon Cart and the Dark Goblin. I don't know. It's hard to say exactly why all of it just went so poorly for Ruben.
Yeah, I think part of it's got to be the Lightning. The Lightning has no use in that matchup whatsoever. I think the other part of it's got to be like the failed protection of the Evo Witch a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But also part of that's just because of Sub playing so well. We got to give credit to Sub. He applied great pressure. He used really good fireballs. He had a lot of patience, preventing Monk value. Like, it seemed like Ruben never was able to deflect a Barbril, a Fireball, even a Dark Gob. The most we saw the Monk really deflect that match was like a mortar hit here and there. And that's simply just not going to be enough if you're trying to win a match here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing that was a big part of it was just, you know, we did see that barrel get a decent amount of attention and damage on tower. There's only one card in the deck that can deal with that barrel, and that's the Witch, right?
Yeah,
everything
true.
else in there is all ground units, so maybe that was another thing that we saw Sub exploit early on, as we are just waiting for game number 2 to commence here, as it looks like maybe Ruben has finally made his last choices, and Sub making his final choices here at the moment.
I got a question for you, Andrew.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, when you play Clash Royale, this is everyone in the chat back at home too can answer this. When you guys play Clash Royale, do you listen to music or no music game sound?
Interesting.
Because there's actually been like a very wide gap in the answer to that question. Like, I know pros that would go up on stage and listen to music instead of game sound on like the biggest stages, which is crazy.
Yeah, you know what, when I'm locked in, I have to have game sound on.
Yeah.
That's just the way that I play.
Yeah,
I feel like if I'm really trying, like you know, I play a lot still. I love the game. I still do, but most of the time when I'm playing, I'm not super locked in and I don't have game sound on. And the amount of times that just like a bandit has been down longer than it's supposed to be, or I'm a little bit later getting to some response because I didn't hear it first, it's just, I can't imagine doing that at the highest level.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I do wonder. I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like nowadays, I think it's like transitioned to be like everyone listens to game sound, whether it be for like Evos or who knows. But I do think that it locks you in a little bit. Despite that, let's look at a little bit closer at this matchup. Another Spear Empress from Ruben with maybe a mortar, like a mortar Spear Empress. And then Sub with the fairly popular Drill Goblin Demolisher deck. I really like this deck. I've played it a lot. It's not like super really good in the meta, but it seems like it's very consistent, which is what we'd like to see at the highest level.
Early poison comes out, so maybe a late ability to come down. Skeleton King, no, just decides to hold the trigger on it, eats that Evo Snowball. 2285 for Ruben and 2786 for Sub.
Oh my goodness.
Evo Tesla, yeah, just destroys the Evo barrels.
Wow, that is such a cool interaction. It's one of my favorite interactions. One of the best cards are Skeleton Barrel. The fact that it has the initial stun that wipes out the skeletons, and it goes back underground when it thinks the Skeleton Barrel is gone, and then it pops back up to wipe out the next skeletons. Not only really just kind of taking everything out, but preventing from any other push to happen on that side until the Tesla's gone.
Yeah, I actually don't even know if I've seen that interaction very many times, but it is a fun one.
A lot of pressure from Ruben trying to break through. I think this is something that Ruben is going to struggle to make happen though versus these Teslas. It seems like the offense for Sub is a lot more straightforward here, as the Drill Snowball kind of speaks for itself in offense. But it's really on Ruben to break through with this mortar or the Evo mortar. If he's able to, he's got to win the bag. But it's looking like really good defense from Sub. But the Sub is pretty low in elixir. Wait a second. Is the mortar locked? No. It's distracted by the Fire Spirit.
Yeah, good Fire Spirit there last second. Almost an opportunity. I would love to see Ruben maybe get more Skeleton Kings down on the back of the map, just so he can kind of get his cycle a little bit faster, try to keep up with these double buildings maybe. Maybe try to even get 2 mortars down on the board. I'm not sure, but as of right now, I feel like not getting that Skeleton King down to help speed up his cycle is really hurting because of what you're talking about. It just seems like Sub has defense locked down. So how do you get ahead of defense? You gotta hasten your cycle.
Right. Fireball does drop down, but the Tesla's there to clean the mortar. We have 10 seconds until triple elixir overtime. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Sub has even more of an advantage then, as we're gonna continue to see drill, poisons, and even more Evo Teslas, more Evo Snowballs in cycle.
Skeleton King in the back, 22:05, 25:39, 53 seconds remaining. Ruben has created very little offense in both of these games.
Okay, Mortar's gonna take him out. Okay, wait, the Spear Empress doesn't take damage. I love his dueling
another
pressure.
mortar has to come down. This is pretty good. He needs to get something in front of the mortar now.
Right. Spear Empress is really cleaning up, does a lot of damage. But the poison drops. The Knight is tanking, and that poison just seemingly taking out everything on the right-hand lane.
It does really seem like those poisons are doing more than normal poison does for Sub right now, which is perfect timing, perfect placement every single time. Cannon is down, Demolisher's there, Tesla comes down again, and Ruben just runs into a force that is Sub. Just I mean, it looks pretty close, actually, on paper.
Yeah. I was like, you were talking, and I saw Fireball. I was like, wait, how much damage does Fireball do again? But yeah, you're right. Sub does clean up a nice 2-0 sweep versus our former world champion. The king of consistency strikes again.
Yeah, it's so interesting because you're watching those final minutes and you're like, man, you almost never used your drill on offense again. You were just really, really over defending, and I don't know, got super close, but Sub didn't seem too worried about it. He knew that he was just outside of striking range. He could keep himself there. If he did get close to where a fireball would do more than a poison, then he would maybe change something up, but I don't know. He just seemed locked in. I as much as that gameplay is like, you're like, man, I want to see something crazy happen, the ability to completely control Ruben, who is a world champion and numerous times world finalist, was very impressive here from Sub.
Yeah, I like what you said, where it seems like Ruben couldn't make anything happen on offense in both of those games. Sub was just applying pressure, going same lane in the first match, but opposite lane in the second, understanding the matchups quite well. And I don't know. Yeah, it just seemed like his Teslas were on point. He was always distracting the mortar. And then he kind of just waited and kind of coaxed Ruben into playing too many units on one lane, and then dropped the poison on everything, slowing it all down, doing quite a lot of damage over time, doing a great job of always dealing with those Evo mortars. I honestly don't really know what Ruben did wrong, if he did anything wrong. It seems like he played solid. He didn't make any mistakes, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I know. That whole time you were talking, I was looking at the decks on the screen, just going like, what does he need to do here? Like, what was the missing piece? Because even, we did see him start to cycle the Skeleton King in the back, but it didn't matter. The cycle on the other side of the board was just so fast, and then the defensive capabilities of it so strong. So talk to me a little bit about where we're at, Juice. We got our first semifinal match. We got a lot more shaping out on the bracket here.
So we just got done with Ruben versus Sub. So next up, we have everyone's favorite, most exciting match. We have Mohammed Light versus Mugi, a big rematch between two world champions. These are the two players, the only players in Clash Royale history to have 2 world championship titles under their belt. So this is gonna be really fun. After that, we will have Ardan versus Kitashiyan as our last quarterfinals match. And then we're going to be finishing today out, going over a lower round 1, starting from the bottom. Retired versus GencAslan, Sandbox versus Ruben, Hugo versus the loser between Mo and Mugi, and then Ali versus the loser between Ardan and Kitashiyan. Very exciting stuff. Really, really solid matches here today. I love the competitive atmosphere. I love the kind of mini meta that we got going on for Clash Royale League. I just love casting this, Andrew. thanks for being here with me, man. This is a good time.
Oh yeah, man. It's been such a blast. I'm sad that we won't be here tomorrow, but I am excited to watch Josh and Rich do their thing. It's been a while since we've seen those boys together in the saddle. Let's talk a little bit about 2021. Just a few years ago, Mohamed Light started his World Finals run against Rad, going 2-0, then 2-0 against Mini Minter, and then 2-1 against Elsiop. It seemed like all things were going well for Mohamed Light. Then he runs into Igor in the upper bracket semifinals and gets sent down to the lower bracket, where Mohamed Light started to do Mohamed Light things. He goes 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 over Morton, Line, and then again he faces Igor in the lower bracket to get himself to the World Finals Grand Championship against Mugi, who Mugi on the other side of it, if I can find his name here, because this was also back when we had 32 competitors at World Finals, so there's just so many matches. This was the thing where everyone, people got eliminated in round one. It was a tough one. So Mugi goes up against Reichert, which, oh man, was Reichert the guy? Didn't Reichert repeat a card? I think Reichert repeated a card at World Finals. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. Then he goes into Framcito, then he runs into Sandbox, and then Mugi runs into Michifu, and then goes 2-0 over Igor, then goes 2-1 over Mohamed Light. So that whole entire competition, Mugi lost 3 games to become our world champion. And as you can see, 4 years later, how the turntables, as they say, 71% for Mohamed Light, 29% for Mugi here in the estimation of this matchup and who's going to win. It's hard to say. We haven't seen Mo play yet today. We saw Mugi play pretty dang well. But it's Mohamed Light. Juicy, what are your thoughts on this incredible matchup between our two only 2-time world champions?
I'm really excited. I've just been reading my chat. Like one of my top mods, Oizy, she did watch the whole group stage, and she said she was really impressed with how Mugi was playing, despite coming back from a little bit of a hiatus. And then Mo on the other end, obviously got a first round bye. His only loss was to, I believe, Samuel Basoto. But other than that, he won all of his other games in the group stage. So I think we have ourselves a really, really fun match coming up. We have obviously the best player of all time versus Mugi. I was, in my opinion, the most talented player of all time in Clash Royale. And yeah, I think both of them are in fighting form. This is going to be close. I honestly cannot predict who's going to win this game, so please do not ask me that.
I know it's crazy that it's 70-30 for Mo, but I guess it does just make sense. Recency bias, all those things, the back-to-back. I mean, I think it's pretty hard to argue that these aren't the number 1 and 2 players in all of Clash Royale history, and I think that there's other people that are going to come into that conversation that are already in that conversation, like the Rileys of the world, and, like Morton was for a very long time. Surgical Goblin and Ruben were the ex-GOATs, at different times. Yes, and now it's like, I don't think you can argue with the numbers. 2 championships each. Mo does it back-to-back, so here we go.
Okay, Firecracker. Hog Rider. I love watching Mo play this deck. I think he's just the best Hog EQ player of all time. He's just so surgical with it. And I love the quick cycle variation. I think there's too often that we see Hog Rider paired with like guards or goblins and stuff. I love the E-Spirit. I love the Skellies with the Mighty Miner. This 3-card cycle already showing its prowess. Going in for the Hog Rider already. No cannon cycle. And another Firecracker too. Getting chip damage, protecting the Firecracker, and also cleaning up the counter push. There goes the Ice Whiz, just like that.
I know I keep saying back-to-back, and it's also driving me crazy that I'm saying it. It says it on the screen, too. They've traded off. I just need to clarify. They've traded off world championships for the last 4 years, but it does feel, still getting 2 championships in 3 years, no problem there. So, Mohamed Light running this Hog Firecracker deck that, yeah, like you said, I always love watching him play this. His ability to, like, do new things with this deck that's been played 1 trillion times, it always baffles me. And Mugi on the other side of it, I really like him going to just something a little different than we've seen all day today. And honestly, different than we've seen much of at all lately, is the Goblinstein has not been very popular much at all in 2025.
Yeah, Goblin, it's interesting. It's in a tough spot. It's still fairly viable. It'll be interesting to see how it pairs up against this Hog EQ deck. Here comes the Graveyard, last card for Mugi. But he's got the cannon, he's got the skeletons, and a log. I think that's one thing that I really never figured out that watching the pros makes me jealous of like these perfect graveyard defense, like knowing exactly where and when to play your cycle cards, exactly where and when to play the log to mitigate damage really well. It's almost like Mo knows when and where the skellies are going to spawn.
Yeah, and just like, you know, exactly how much elixir you want to spend too.
Right.
You know, I feel like so many of us try to like hold back just a little bit, or then we find ourselves overspending. I mean, as we are praising Mohamed Light, he is taking quite a bit of damage here. That poison comes in, and now things are much closer than they were a moment ago. 1579 to 1542. And Juicy, Mo has to keep doing this, right? He needs to keep going opposite lane with Hog, but then his defenses, it seems like, are starting to get punished just a little bit. As that's a nice firecracker there, though.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're so right. Like, he had more damage on the right side maybe a minute or two ago, but he realizes the matchup. He knows he needs to go left lane. He continues to abuse 3-card cycle, not only for more hogs, but more firecrackers. Somehow the hog connects, somehow the firecracker does, and one more earthquake will finish out this match. Mo taking game number 1 in this world championship matchup.
I know, you saw the little smile there from Mugi with the firecracker and the hog hitting there at the end, and it felt like he knew like the hog's gonna come down the lane. You know the earthquake's gonna come. You know that the firecracker's gonna come down late, but all of those things still happen. And one of the best in the world in Mugi just cannot figure out how to sequence his defense to not take that damage. It's just one of those things about the way and the timing of the way that Mo Light plays cards.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of the time, when we look at a matchup like this, we think, okay, Graveyard usually beats Hog, but this time, he doesn't have the Tornado. And without the Tornado, not only is, like, defending the Hog Rider more difficult, but the Firecracker becomes so valuable. Very similar to the Dark Gob in a way where, you know, if you can't bar barrel it, because you know Mo is going to protect it, you can try, but a lot of the time, you're going to be forced to play the Poison. That's a negative trade, and the firecracker is already going to get value despite the poison because it's just not quick enough. So I, with all of these things said, I think that Mo did a great job of understanding the strengths in the matchup and abusing the firecracker to the 10th degree.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy how much that firecracker did in that game. It always frustrates me so much when you just know where the firecracker has to be played. You know when it's in cycle. You know when the Evo's in cycle, but it still punishes you there. Graveyards came down, didn't get a lot out of it. On paper, apparently looks like it's a 60-40 matchup in favor of the Graveyard, but as you just kind of picked it apart, Juicy, it's not always the same. When you see those matchups online, they're a little different when they're in the hands of the best players in the world. So Mohamed Light doing Mohamed Light things, coming out very, very strong in game number 1. Mugi definitely looked like he was looking for answers through most of game number 1. We'll see if he can bounce back here in game number 2, or if he'll be sent down to the lower bracket.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Someone in the chat said, how can one world champ be so much better than another world champ? And I don't think that's completely the case. I think Mo had a pretty good matchup, and he abused the firecracker really well. But at the same time, I mean, we do talk about the levels of this game. Like everyone who is here, like playing in this tournament, trying to qualify for the World Finals, they all respect and even fear Mo almost in a way. Like, we have talked so much time and time again about the Mohamed Light effect that really kind of makes players almost second guess their own plays. I think that if anyone's immune to that, though, it's this man. It's Mugi as we head into game number 2.
And we see Battle Ram starting him off here. So maybe like some looks that we've seen today. And there you go, Golden Knight right behind. Mohamed Light on the other side of it, looking maybe like he's going to the skies, as he's got a cage and a bowler.
Cage, bowler, maybe Electro Giants. I mean, I don't know. This has got to be an E-Giant deck in my book, and then Mugi with
Inferno comes down.
Yeah, with some sort of bridge gem. Wait, really big mistake on the E-Giant. Bowler actually gets targeted. He didn't play it down in time, but still, maybe it doesn't matter. Tornado dropping down, pulling in everything. Inferno Drag's a big threat here. Is this
He
over?
has no elixir. Okay, there we go. He does get the battle ram down, but the E-Giant is doing so much damage.
Wow.
Wow. And the Inferno's gonna... Okay, no. I was like, wow, is it gonna turn around and get back on tower?
Yeah, I really... I don't know. Inferno Drag's weird. Like, I feel like every time I try to do that and kite it back, it just goes, whoop, it's on my tower. But, yeah, good plays either way from Mo. I feel like Mo is the only one to make E-Giant work in this meta. My chat was telling me, like, a few days ago that he was playing it on ladder. It's like, I'm not Mo, bro. Like... I'm not like he makes things work that aren't supposed to work. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. When they're like, well, Mo did it. You're like, yeah, well. He's done a lot of things in this game, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is this is a good matchup for Mo as well, I'd say. I mean, look at this. Look at this Evo cage. I think not only is going to take out this lumber and... Okay, wait, it doesn't pull in the battering, but it doesn't matter. The barbell comes through. It doesn't connect the tower. Meanwhile, on the right side, we have tower down. E-Giant connecting.
Man.
Evo Inferno Dragon Cycle, and Mugi has no resets in his deck. It is over at the 3 crown. Muhammad Light taking game number 2, 2-0 sweep versus a fellow world champion. He makes it look easy, Andrew.
It makes it look too easy. I mean, we've been waiting all day. We've been waiting all week for this matchup. Looking at where you guys were at on the bracket, looking at how quickly you guys could face off against each other, and Mo Light doing Mo Light things, making quick work of Mugi. I mean, I think that was the fastest 2-0 we had of the day. Both of those games were just so absolutely dominant, especially game number 2. I mean, it was over before it even began, it felt like. And yeah, man, I mean, that's the Muhammad Light effect. It's never surprising, but it is always fun to watch the best do his thing against, one of the best in the world. Muhammad Light in game number 1 against Mugi, you talked about it, Juicy. The internet talked about it, and stats-wise, statistically, Mugi did have the matchup. It's still only a 60-40, which is still something that you're always happy to have at the highest level, but this is Muhammad Light we're talking about. The numbers are not going to be enough. And then in game number 2, slight mistake, as you said in the beginning, just not perfect timing with the E-Giant, but it did not matter. E-Giant comes in, gets straight to tower, and before you know it, the amount of damage from the E-Giant, the amount of attention you had to spend on that Inferno Dragon, it was all over before it began. Like I said, someone in the chat just goes, what? I just went to the bathroom and he won? Yeah, man. Sometimes that's just how Clash Royale goes.
Yeah. I do want to talk about these decks a little bit. I think that, I don't know, I feel like we've all seen Mugi always perform at a skill level with Mo at a very even level. But for some reason, I mean, not for some reason, whether it be your coach, but also Muhammad Light's own deck picking ability that he's been working on. Like, it seems like Mo always seems to have a little bit better decks versus Mugi. I think Mugi, like, finding good decks, trying to get that even or better matchup is something that he's struggled with in the past and may continue to struggle with in CRL 2025.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it for a really, really long time now, and there's even that whole conversation about, World Finals a couple years ago and Muhammad Light grabbing the wrong piece of paper when he went up to stage to pick the right deck, So you really do wonder with something like that happening a couple years ago, and then he bounces back and wins World Finals last year. Like, yeah, that ability to build decks on your own, think of new decks with your coach, with your analyst. I mean, now you've got the most brilliant Clash Royale mind working with the other most brilliant Clash Royale minds to just give him the edge once again, and that's definitely what we saw there in match number 7. So, we started our day off with, a good amount of going the distance. We did have one sweep in round 1. We've gotten 2 back-to-back sweeps over 2 former world champions. Sub going 2-0 over Ruben, and then Muhammad Light going 2-0 over Mugi. Lucas and Sub will be one of our first matches tomorrow, obviously. Actually, I spoke a little soon. Will be one of our matches tomorrow. Obviously, our first match in our semifinals. And then, of course, Mohamed Light going up against the winner of this match between Ardan Toas and Kitashiyan, which I'm really excited about because I haven't seen a lot of Ardan. Like I said earlier, I'm a big fan of Ardan. Want to see what he's going to do in 2025. Kita, on the other side of it, he had a great come-from-behind 2-0 sweep that was really, really nice in that first round. And then, of course, at the bottom of our screen, we have Mugi and Hugo, Ruben and Sandbox, GencAslan, and Retired are the 3 matches that have already been decided. And Ali just waiting to see who was going to drop this match. Have you seen much of Ardan this year in terms of maybe running into him on ladder or just really anything?
I haven't seen much of him, honestly. I know that he's a grinder, though. I think that Ardan's got a great work ethic. He's always playing ladder. And I'm sure, I mean, you said it yourself that he's been streaming a lot recently. Maybe he's been going to the gym too.
I was just gonna say, you beat me to it. Dang it! Look at those shoulders. Look at those delts, man. He's got some boulders.
I love it. I love it. He's ready for this match. He's feeling good. Say a little prayer. He's ready. He's rocking and he's rolling. He's working with his coach, probably getting some decks ready to rumble. That's another hyped. Say that again.
I was gonna say he looks hyped.
Yeah, this is awesome. I don't think I've seen Ardan like this before. It seems like he's kind of grown up a little bit.
Is that tattoo new also? Showing off the biceps? What's going on right now?
Who is this guy?
He's got the little slit in his eyebrows too. I mean, this is swag, man. This is drip. This is what we call it. So 51-49, Kita versus Ardan Toas, just straight down the middle. And yeah, I guess that seems appropriate. I don't know why that I thought one of them would maybe have more of an advantage, but you know what? Kita maybe proven his worth so far this year. Yeah. I think if you would have asked the same question at the beginning of last year, it would have been heavily in favor of Ardan Toas, but Kita showing up in 2025 so far.
Yeah, looking at the matchup, Kita with probably going to be the P.E.K.K.A. Golden Knight bridge spam deck that we've seen a little bit with a Ram Rider. And then Ardan with a little bit of a different drill variation with an Evo Dargob. Interesting choice to use drill instead of Goblin Barrel paired with the Evo Dargob. But either way, I'm sure this Dargob will provide ample value as it usually does.
So just a lick of damage done on the right-hand side. 2786 is Kita's lowest tower to Ardan's 2994 as Kita cycles a Evo P.E.K.K.A. in the back. Not the Evo form yet. Evo P.E.K.K.A. I feel like she's in a decent place. I know that she hasn't been touched in a while, but just not a card you see too much of, and every now and then she'll absolutely punish you. So yeah, I think I like the Evo P.E.K.K.A. and where she's at, as that Royal Ghost is, wow, what is happening right now? Wow, yeah, Royal Ghost gets through, getting tanked for by that P.E.K.K.A. for quite some time. And just really odd. You can see even Ardan's face at the end of that, just going, what on earth happened? You know, cycling goblins in the back. He goes for a poison, but that poison, I guess, just doesn't do enough damage against all those units. Also, the Royal Ghost tanking it first for the P.E.K.K.A., and then the P.E.K.K.A. tanking for the Royal Ghost. Just really not great interactions for Ardan from top to bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. I'm trying to think of what Ardan needs to do to come back in this situation. I think number one, he's in the right idea to go opposite lane. You can't go same lane as a big deck like this, a big tanky P.E.K.K.A., but kind of preventing any goblin drills. I think it's all about the Evo Dargob too. I think you need Evo Dargob in cycle for pretty much every push that Kitashiyan makes from now on.
Evo Snowball comes in, but that's not a great Evo Snowball against the Gold Knight. Ability comes down from Kita. Really, really well played. And now the Lightning in. That's going to be enough. So that P.E.K.K.A. to get to tower? No. Bar Barrel comes out just in time with the help of the Evo Dark Goblin's poison.
Yeah, just a little bit of a macro mistake from Ardan here to play the drill in the back when the Evo Snowball's in cycle. It's always good to switch up your drill placements here and there, but whenever you have the Evo Snowball in cycle, you always be playing your drill in the front to push your opponent's troops to the back of the tower.
Great analysis there, Juice, as We see this Ram Rider coming on through, doesn't really miss the Ram, but doesn't hit it in the right place, trying to hit a little bit of everything. So the Ram gets pushed forward, then takes out the Dart Goblin, then gets good damage on tower. 1571 and 963 to the healthiest tower of 2519. And Ardan just gave Kita an ocean of elixir for that Royal Ghost to take in one swing.
Yeah, you can see his reaction too. He's very upset, not only of the really good ghost placement, but the P.E.K.K.A. perfectly placed. And now here comes the dueling pressure. Evo Dart forced left side. Evo Zap drops down. Tesla up high to try to put in lightning value, but that means that the Ram Rider is going to take out the Tesla really quickly. And you can see Ardan resigned.
Mama P.E.K.K.A. Yeah, he's left. Yeah. He's left the building already. Yeah. Wow. Which, I mean, you know, Ardan, you got to bounce back. You were hyped up. You don't want to go too high, too low. It's just one game. You know, and the matchup situation in that was pretty tough because, you know, you've got the Zap and the Evo Zap to deal with the Goblins. You got the Royal Ghost to deal with the Goblins. You have nothing to deal with that P.E.K.K.A. The only thing you have to deal with that P.E.K.K.A. is the Golden Knight, and that's not going to be enough. I mean, that Mama P.E.K.K.A. was a nuisance the entire game. You know, I don't really know what else he could have done, but Kita, that was pretty perfect from top to bottom, honestly.
Yeah, I think I just got to call out Ardan's deck again too. I think a Goblin Barrel is just simply a better choice when you're using Evo Dart Gob. Instead of Dart Gob, if you're going to play Drill, I think Goblin Demolisher makes more sense. It just seemed like every time he went for the Goblin Drill, he didn't have any support. Usually you want either a Bomber, Wall Breakers, or a Goblin Demolisher, something that can go and pair well with the Drill, but just going for the Drill by itself over and over again means easy Ghost, easy Barb Roll, easy Golden Knight for defense, and then a counter push coming right after that. So really not really making anything on offense there.
Yeah, I mean, when you said it at the very top of the game, I was like, yeah, I mean, I wonder if maybe he's trying to save the Demolisher for, you know, there was that weird Golden Knight Demolisher Mortar deck for a little bit, but totally, it just felt like it was like, oh, the card that starts with the word Goblin. Oh, dang, I meant to grab Barrel instead of Drill. It just, the synergy is not the same. And like you're saying, the synergy with Barrel and Dart Goblin is much better, and Demolisher and Drill much better. And then some questionable snowballs. He was always trying to just get a little bit more than was allowed with the snowball, whether it was the Evo snowball to the Drill in the back against the Golden Knight. I mean, Evo Snowball is one of the most powerful cards in the game when used correctly. Like you said, Juicy, there's all different parts of that went wrong. The Evo Snowballing the Golden Knight, when it hasn't used its dash, is already not a great choice, but not sending the Drill to the front and then not Evo Snowballing on top of the Drill in the front so the units get behind the tower so they have more room to cover or ground to cover.
Yeah.
And then later on when he's getting overwhelmed by, and I understand why he did it, but it was like a P.E.K.K.A., a Spirit Empress, a Ram Rider, and something else on the ground. He's trying to hit all of it with one snowball. You really need to make sure you hit the Ram Rider backwards first and foremost. I get the other things will need to be controlled, but if the P.E.K.K.A.'s tanking, you need to take care of her no matter what. You don't want to push the Ram Rider forward onto the tower first and foremost. So just some small stuff, maybe some nerves. Obviously, Ardan was really hyped. Juicy, you know, sometimes being overhyped is not always the best thing. We've talked a lot about just being even, calm, cool. That's why Sub has been playing so well. So maybe now he can kind of, you know, take a few breaths and reset, or maybe he's tilted.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Ardan in the past, like you said, he looked a little bit more Sub. Like Sub, he seemed a little bit more chill. I feel like the Ardan I'm seeing now is, I kind of see Lucas in him a little bit, where there's a little bit of emotions going on. And I think, once again, we talk about emotions in Clash Royale. I think the best players usually are emotionless. Sometimes emotions are good if you're able to be hyped up and get a win streak going, or get that momentum, that emotional momentum to push yourself forward. But we'll see if Ardan can bounce back here. He's locked in. He's got the skeletons. He's got an Evo Witch. Maybe we'll see another Royal Giant deck here. He's already mad at the Monk, though.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. It's just a little bit too emotionally responsive in these moments, especially this early on. And people in the chat, just because, you know, it wouldn't be a Clash Royale League without it. We start the matches as soon as we can. We always will, but you guys got to remember, one of the biggest things that people wanted in the game was to take out in-game duels, which just means we need a little bit more patience in between each and every game because we are allowing our competitors times to build decks based off of what they've learned in game number 1. So while it's maybe not your favorite thing, we do believe it has made the competitive integrity of CRL much better. That's my TED Talk. Thanks for coming.
I love it. I love it. Another cool... Okay, yeah, Ardan is just really upset. Talking to his camera, I mean, I understand. He only has one air defense card in his deck, and it's a witch. It doesn't hit very hard. Not much you can do versus the balloon. He gets a monk down, but there's an opposing monk ability, making the deflection kind of useless. There's some skeletons stacking up. Maybe there's a world where this Evo Witch can do something here. It's going to continue.
The monk is still taking.
Oh my gosh. And you can see Kit. Kit is literally looks up. He's like, ooh, that was close. But those arrows were like a nuke, wiping everything off the board. And with those arrows dropping down, it seems like Ardan's one chance for a comeback is kind of dwindling.
And that's a nice Evo snowball to get that Evo RG away. Kita now with the late bomb tower, and that the lightning, maybe one shot. It does get a shot. Hey. Ardan is just beside himself.
Yo. Yeah, I don't know. He's continuing to shake his head. He's not giving up. There's, I would give a 5% chance of a comeback here. We're gonna need to see another roll giant, and Keaton knows that. He's dropping a miner preemptively on the right side. I like what Ardan's doing here. He's trying to make that dueling pressure. He gets another Evo Witch. Oh, but the Inferno Drag's locked onto the first one. And here comes the roll giant. Bomb tower will pull down. The guards drop immediately. Not only that, but the Inferno Drag Evo is in cycle. And it's,
Yeah, Ardan's got to lock it up, man. I mean, this is one of those things where it almost feels like, you know, we've been around for so long. What I think is hilarious is people are starting to call you and Josh Unk, which I guess they're going to start calling me and Rich like dinosaurs or something. I don't even know. But, you know, the tilt there is just, it's just way too much from Ardan. He's got to calm down, man. He's got to take a couple breaths. It's just... It's okay. You had the first round bye, which means you're still alive because you do need to go down to that lower bracket right now, you know, and you're going to be put up, you're back up against the wall right now as Kita has a great set there. I will have to, again, I will continue my TED Talk just because another people asking in the chat, they were saying that we still haven't removed Elixir spectating on broadcast. You're dang right we haven't. And we're never going to remove it on broadcast because then you guys at home would have so much less to follow along with. It'd be, you know, even if we were able to see the Elixir and you guys weren't at home, I think it would be a lot harder for you guys to follow along and see the great plays as they are happening in action. So yes, while you will be watching your friends playing now in-app, you will not see Elixir spectating to, again, preserve and uphold competitive integrity. But for all the spectators at home for Clash Royale League, this is a special instance where you will see that Elixir on screen. So again,
which is really cool.
Yeah, I actually think it's incredible. I am, you know, Juicy, I was really scared to lose it. It's something that I have not been shy about, and I do appreciate how hard the team at Supercell worked and in esports to make sure that we still have that because it's so important when we're doing our job. So again, that's my second TED Talk. That'll be all of them for today. So if you guys want to come back tomorrow, maybe Rich or Josh will have one for you guys. Juicy, Ardan, talk to me here, man. So obviously in game 2, you talked immediately about, you know, him looking tilted, seeing the monk. We didn't know what all was part of that equation. It ended up being that he was going up monk loon with no air cards. Was game 1 a matchup thing as well because he didn't have a good tank? I know you were saying that you didn't like his deck in game 1. Talk to me.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, game 1, we got drill poison with a barbell and a snowball. I don't think this is exactly the matchup that you wanted to play. That being said, I think, once again, like you said, the emotions were a little bit too high. I think that this matchup is possible to win. I think that if Ardan was playing perfectly, that there are good chances here if you're able to utilize every single advantage given to you, especially with the Evo Dart. You have to get that in cycle. It's not easy. I won't lie. It's really difficult, especially the Golden Knight doing a great job of cleaning up goblins and making that P.E.K.K.A a threat. Game number 2, I mean, I can't help just but feel bad for Ardan in this one. Like, you're right. You're so right about the emotions being too much. You have to take a loss like this and be like, okay, it is what it is. I have a lower bracket match to prepare for. But I understand, another part of me really understands the emotions here, because I don't think there's much you can do. Just looking at overall, you're going up against a balloon, a monk balloon, and your only air defense is a witch. It's just simply not enough.
Yeah, totally. And that's Clash Royale, right? I mean, like, how many times has that happened where we all start screaming at matchmaking? You're like, I've played this deck 100 times, and now I switched to this deck. Now I'm going to play Graveyard, and they've got Mother Witch Poison. Like, what's going on? And, you know, it's just part of it. It's frustrating. I know that Ardan is... The reason that he's so frustrated is because of how much he cares, and he wants to do well, especially after getting that first round bye. So we're going to give him a little time to reset, as he's going to go up against Ali, who has been waiting in the wings all day after falling to Lucas when we started things off. We have our semis set, Lucas and Sub, the Battle of Brazil, as we love to say, and then, of course, Mohamed Light, the Pharaoh of Clash Royale, going up against Kita, a longtime vet. So happy to see Kita as much as we have already in 2025, and with much better success here today than he had last month. And now, Juicy, why don't you take us through the bottom 4 matchups, as we are going to eliminate someone every game here throughout.
Yeah, every match you guys have seen so far, it obviously means a lot to stay in the upper bracket, but now we're into the elimination matches. Every best of 3, someone's going home, and they will no longer have the aspiration to qualify for World Finals this month. I think our first match, I actually am not sure. I didn't get a look at it.
It's GencAslan and Retired, which is an interesting one, right? Because Gens and Lucas had a pretty good best of 3 set going back and forth there. I actually liked most of what we saw from GencAslan. Retired also had a pretty decent set against Kitashiyan, who, as we just saw, had a really good set against Ardan Toas. So maybe this will be a little more even than we thought. I think, at least I'll start with saying that I thought Retired played pretty calm and pretty collected for his first event. What did you think about Gens and what we saw out of him?
I actually liked his gameplay overall. I seemed like he was, at the very least, very confident, and Retired, not as confident, but a little bit more just collected. And it seemed like he seemed like he really was just playing solidly, and he was playing what he knew. Into this match, I think if I had to pick who I think was going to win, I think I got to go Aslan. A little bit more experience. Yeah. I think that confidence plays a key factor here. But I'm kind of rooting for Retired. Like, I like an underdog. I like to see a rookie here in CRL League. This is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I do love seeing rookies, and I love seeing, you know, as we saw Tourist win that warm-up, just even lesser-known players that are, you know, starting to make a name for themselves in the scene. That's what we love about CRL. We love hearing about the dreams of all the players that are on their way up, and the first part of it is getting in that top 1,000. And as you can see for Retired here, he's got his back up against the wall on day 1, but he did make it to our monthly finals. So just a quick reminder of that set with Lucas and Aslan. It was a really good back and forth set, but it was game number 3 where they ended up in that kind of interesting hog-ish, mirror-ish matchup, and you know, Lucas just takes the edge there. So Aslan did play very, very well in that opening set, but he just fell to Lucas, who was playing some of the best Clash Royale he's played in his whole career.
That's so true. Yeah, I'm honestly super excited to see more of Lucas, like, as this year goes on. It seems that he's just really, like, in his element this year. Like, really, I don't know. He's got great gameplay, and I think that he's also, like, as he's gotten older, kind of, like, focused on I don't know. I think in the past, like, he's been really upset when he, like, loses or gets bad matchups, like we saw from Ardan. But, like, as he gets older, I think he's kind of, like, laughs off the things that you can't control, which is sometimes what you have to do.
Totally, and I think that's 100% correct. It's just maturity, and Lucas has definitely matured a lot over the years, and I think he's also seen a lot of rough times and now a lot of really great success. So he understands this is just part of the journey, man. This is just part of the journey of being best in the world. So here we go. Both these guys would love to be called some of the best in the world. Aslan has already proved it once by going to World Finals, even if that wasn't a great day for him. And we did see Retired shake his head a little bit looking at this matchup, and it makes sense, right? You've got the Evo Tesla to help with that little bit of shock. You've got the Valkyrie, you've got the Demolisher, you've got so much splash damage here to help deal with all of the damage. And of course you have the Ice Spirit plus the Evo Snowball to keep that hog right where you want it. So interesting stuff. We'll see how Gens wants to control this game, as we've seen him do already today.
Here comes a Hog Rider. He needs to cycle back to Tesla, so he plays the Demolisher. He gets a log down as well. Skelly's up high, does block the Golden Knight, and you can see Retired move his head to the side slightly. I'm sure he would have liked to see the Golden Knight make it to the tower there.
Just got a little excited. I think he actually probably could have just waited a second, Juice, and at least baited out more elixir from Aslan, but that's just the nerves. That's just being a little bit new.
Ooh, I really like this placement of the drill. It's just one tower to the right, dodges the cage, gets one little goblin hit on the tower. It's those little things that separate the good players from the great players.
Yeah, that's so true, man. It really is. You see the best drill players or the best barrel players like we saw earlier. You know, just that little bit of variability when you know what your matchup is makes a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, this flying machine is kind of a threat. Wait a second. Okay, he gets the Valkyrie down, but it's too early. This flying machine's sitting in the middle of the map, getting so much value, forcing on the Tesla early. Retired is taking more damage from the Gob Demolisher, but if there's any push to break through, it's now. With the Hog Guard in the back, the recruits, let's see if he can get make it happen here.
Yeah, you can see Aslan getting a bit frustrated with those flying machines. When you start to make one or two mistakes on one flying machine, it starts to just cost so much.
Wow. Really good protection of the Tesla that he had to play for the first flying machine. He's able to actually defend the whole Hog Rider with that. So he's kind of... Wow, another Tesla down. He's kind of survived the more difficult part of this. Now the question is, will it be the same thing in Triple Elixir? I think that Retired needs to get like a double Tesla on the board. Or sorry, a double flying machine on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is another one of those situations where it feels like we're just seeing one person defend super comfortably for a very long time. But I think that was what Aslan did before, though, and then he lost in the final seconds, if I'm not mistaken. This game a little bit more in control, it seems.
Wow.
And that snowball should get a nice goblin hit in. And the log, wow.
Yeah, I'm not liking Retired's attitude here either. I think that, once again, in Triple Elixir, I think he could have won this if he could really put together a good double flying machine. But instead, it seemed like just by the small nuances in his facial expressions, it just seemed like he'd given up about a minute ago and really just thought that he had no chance to win. But I really just don't think that was the case. I think that if played a little bit different there's a chance. Obviously, it's frustrating when your opponent is having these perfect defenses. Huge shout to Aslan, really locking things down. But you cannot give up. I think the best players in Clash Royale history do not give up into the very final second. It's just one of those traits you have to have.
And you know, since we are kind of like on this philosophical journey of talking about Clash Royale at the moment, Juicy, I know because you stream for a very long time. You stream every day except for Sundays. But the point is that I'm getting to is just like, when you're at the highest level, you cannot get frustrated by good plays. You have to be in the mood of knowing that everything that you're going to do, 90+% of the things that you're going to do are not going to have the impact that you want them to do. Right. It's about that extra bit of 10% that requires the mental fortitude and resilience to stay in it. I mean, that's why we're always saying it's not over till it's over. The players, the best players, they always try till the very end. They never throw in the towel. But the other part of it is they don't get too frustrated by great plays. They might see a matchup thing or a card come out that they're like, ah, man, I wish I didn't have to deal with that. I'm going to work around it. But what you're talking about feels pretty straightforward, Juice. Like, if you have that flying machine, you need to get 2 on the board. It was the only thing causing problems that whole game. How do you make Aslan make more mistakes? So it's just, again, I think it's just all about being seasoned, being mature, and being experienced in CRL.
Wow. Andrew's just so well spoken. I mean, give it up for Andrew in the chat. That was like inspirational almost. If there's anyone in the chat that's aspiring CRL player, you got some great advice coming in here from Andrew. I got a little bit here and there too, but also you get to be here and watch the best players anyone can play in CRL. All you got to do, that first qualification, get top 1,000 in Path of Legends. And now you do have to get to 15,000 trophies first now, but you got this out there. I believe in you all.
I kind of like that they gave us a new little bit of a ladder journey to go on with different trophy values to look forward to and lose. Like seeing that first time you lose 150 trophies, you're just like, man. Oh, and speaking of, like, already, the arrows come out, Bandit gets on tower, and Retired is tilted, man. He is really tilted.
Yeah, you're right. He's not, like, showing it much with his face, but it's so true. You really can't take this much damage. I mean, not only that, but shout out to Aslan, like, not only bouncing back from a mistake from the guards at the beginning, but getting the Bandit down and making the most of it. That's what you got to do when you play Clash Royale. You got to roll the punches and make the most of the mistakes and try not to let one mistake lead to another.
Yeah, the cascading effects of mistakes is something that Rich and I have talked about every single year, and it's just one of those things about Clash Royale. We've seen it a bunch today already. 2023, top left-hand side to GencAslan's 3003, as he has been kind of a defensive master throughout his run today, and no difference here in game number 2 against Retired.
I'm still trying to figure out these decks. These are some weird looking decks. I guess Aslan probably has Mega Knight last card. Yeah, Mega Knight, Evo, Hog, EQ. Kind of a weird deck that we've seen a little bit here and there, but it's still strange. And Retired, on the other hand, I don't really know. I mean, this is a minor Gob Curse. Last card has to be either Zap or Rage to go with the curse, I'd assume.
Yeah, yep, can't be arrows because it was used last game. Good call there, Juice. And yeah, a weird one. Both of them, honestly, a little bit odd, but I do think the synergy of the deck on the bottom of the screen, at least I've seen more of in the past.
That makes sense. Well, how are you feeling on Spear Empress? I mean, the more I watch it today, the more I feel like it just doesn't get the value for how expensive it is.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I tried playing her quite a bit when she first came out, and there was obviously a handful of decks out there that were interesting to me that she worked into, and there were times when, I mean, I think the thing that I, like at first that I felt weird with her was like, oh yeah, she's not a champion. There can be 2 of her on there, or 3 of her on the board. So sometimes like having 2 flying and 1 on the ground if you're doing well late game, it was actually like pretty powerful. But yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with you. That's what I was saying earlier today, where I'm just like, I think it's missing like one part of the equation, but I bet it's really hard for the balance team to figure out what it is, because I think it's so easy for her to all of a sudden become broken, because she does do a lot of damage and she does have good range.
Wow, Mega Knight doing a lot of damage right-hand lane too.
Yeah, wow.
Retired opting to take some damage, let the Spear Empress get it done. I say this all the time. Sometimes you got to take a little damage to deal a lot. The question is, can he deal a lot? The Aslan, like you said, his defense has been top tier recently, but there's a lot going down. Gob Curse, Evil Wall Breakers, another curse here, spawning some goblins.
Oh, there you go.
My goodness. And everything I've said is just a caster curse today, because the Spear Empress showing the most value I've ever seen, taking out everything, clearing the way for another set of wall breakers for Retired to bounce back and tie this best of 3 up 1-1.
That is absolutely crazy. And you could see the relief on Retired's face right when that happened. It was like a true gasp and sigh of absolute relief, just seeing something finally come together for him. And yeah, I mean, what a great caster curse to have, though, because it is nice to see the Spirit Empress come through and put in some work. All those cards kind of stacking up. I mean, what a unique, odd deck that I think it was one of those things where sometimes you're playing against a deck and you don't really understand how it's going to break through, and then all of a sudden it does, and you're like, oh, I guess I get it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of called it a little bit during the match there, but the winning play, letting the Mega Knight hit the tower, getting the Spear Empress down. Spear Empress does do a lot of damage, so it chunked down the Mega Knight decently quickly, and then he just had this huge counter push with the Monk in front. Monk, guards, Spear Empress. And then honestly, the curse usage is probably what really won him the game. We've talked about it before. I'll say it again. Goblin Curse is the card. If you're really trying to break through versus strong defense, that's the only card you can do it with right now. And it seems like that's kind of Retired's play style. He doesn't really play these control decks. He seems to really excel with decks that are able to really break through and make a push with, even with a minor deck. I mean, that was really interesting to see, but that was like a minor beatdown deck almost.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, because I'm not a big curse player, but I've run into it obviously a lot because it's gotten so popular. The ability for the curse to turn a shaky defense into a game over is one of the more interesting things about it, because a lot of times when you start to defend, you're like, okay, I know all the strongest, best cards, I have the elixir to play all this, but then towards the end of your defense, if it hasn't gone the way you wanted, you're like, oh no, I need to get bats down now, or oh, I need to get goblins down or guards down right now. I need something cheap that does a lot of damage. And then that curse comes in and you've just shot yourself in the foot, which I think is one of the great things about it. You can either play it in the very beginning and then get all the way back around to it at the end, or you can just wait till the end when your opponent kind of hits the oh crap button, and then you play the curse as we saw there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you have a unit tanking for your goblins. So really well done there by Retired, and nice to see him pick up a game. This is where I'm really curious to see how he does. He was clearly tilted in game 1. He was clearly tilted in most of game 2, but he did get the W. Now we need to see Aslan's experience keep him calm, and maybe Retired's rookiness excel him into a surprising win.
Game 3, for all the marbles, as we say, or I guess I mean me. And
I do love marbles.
And we have Retired with another strange deck. I like his creativity in his decks, at the very least. We have minions. First time we've seen minions today with a Mighty Miner and an Evo Dart with a Snowball. Probably going to be a weird drill deck if I had to assume.
Yeah, right? I feel like that's the only thing that makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, Mortar does get one hit, though. I like the Bomb Tower. I think Bomb Tower's massively underrated with how popular Skeleton Barrel is. It's just a great counter.
That's a really good point. Yeah, the Bomb Tower has definitely been showing up a little bit more lately just because of that.
Interesting. Gang Bridge just applying pressure. It does get a little bit more chip damage. Another Mortar. I love the pressure from Aslan. He's already going to have his Evo Mortar in cycle 4 cards from now. Ooh, great Dark Gob to snipe there too. Poison does drop down. Decent value. Will prevent a Mortar shot, but once again, it kind of just seems like Aslan's got the momentum. He's just really solid.
He just seems a little bit more calm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think his defense is a little bit stronger too, but I'm just interested to see what Retired's last card is. I think if it's a drill, like there's a lot of chances for a comeback here.
And there's the Evo Mortar like called. Gonna have to get another unit down. He doesn't get a unit down in time, which is kind of an odd play for your Evo Dark Goblin. I don't really understand that.
Yeah, you're right. And then he goes Bomb Tower low to tank instead of trying to snipe anything out. He has to play a poison, not hitting the opponent's tower either. Very strange.
Yeah, I mean that's really that's our job. And there was a lot of really strange interactions there. It didn't really go horribly for Retired, but 22-55 to 28-68. Still not sure exactly what the plan is here for Retired offensively. It's just been poison value really is all we've seen damage-wise, and I feel like both of us are pretty convinced that's a drill in the last card, but, you know, he refuses to play it, which is just so odd.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes some sense. The Skeleton King finally comes out now. Maybe he's worried about the Skelly King as a really solid counter. Or maybe he's just... Maybe we're just not giving enough credit to Aslan. Maybe this defense is just... Or this, not the defense, maybe the pressure is just so good from Aslan that he really can't find a moment to attack. I mean, look at all the goblins on the board. The Mortar, the Spear Gob somehow locking on. Fireball going to drop down, allow the Mortar to lock left side, and here comes another Skelly Barrel. So much pressure. Maybe in Triple Elixir, Retired can find a way to get a drill down. Finally, here it comes.
Go. Good call there, Juice, but also, as you called, holding maybe because of the Skeleton King plus Barb Barrel combo, and perfectly played there. Yeah. Evo Mortar opposite, along with the loaded up Skelly King. Great catch there with the cannon cart, and I think this could be it. There we go. There's the lock.
Yeah, this is one of the things in Clash Royale you can't come back from. an Evo mortar locked on your tower with no resets and good protection from Aslan. The Ice Spear does reset it. It was able to jump, but it just relocks using the cannon card to pull the Mighty Miner further to the right. Evo Snowball does it to Skeleton. Wait a second. I just don't think it's enough, though, Andrew.
Nah, he was ready for it. I mean, it was, you know, for as much as he's doing correct on offense, he's still doing it really, really well on defense. He's probably tracking all the Evos still. And, you know, because Retired has been playing relatively passive, it's probably been a lot easier for Aslan to track those Evos and actually think of, okay, well, wow, now if he's going to send in a drill, he must have Evo Snowball, even if he's not doing that. So, and I also do think that even though I am happy to see, like, some different odd decks out there, playing minions right now when Skeleton Barrel is still available just seems a little bit odd. 23 HP on the right, Fireball to the left, and that's going to do it for Retired's run, who, I'm going to say it just because Rich isn't here, who is going to be retired from this tournament, because I know he would have said something like that. Big shout out to Rich Slayton. Good job to him. Going to get some points, going to get $1,000. Now people know your name. Now, next time that you show up in CRL, we will not be surprised. But congratulations to him. But a bigger congratulations to GencAslan, who stays alive after a hard-fought day, but he is able to stick in the competition, obviously with that first round bye. Juicy, talk to me about these matchups. Talk to me about these decks. How'd you feel about it all?
First game, solid matchup for Aslan. He's got the Valk, he's got the Gob Demolisher, he's got the Tesla. The only real chance Retired had was the Flying Machine. Two things. I think maybe double Flying Machine could have won the game, or I think better Flying Machines placed towards the edge of the map instead of trying to take the Tesla, just trying to get it locked in the tower. We only saw him do that once at the very end, but it was too late. In game number 2, we have a Mega Knight Hog Earthquake versus Retired with a very interesting, almost minor beatdown deck with the Monk and the Spirit Empress. Retired really, honestly, for the first time, Retired made the Spirit Empress look good to me. It did a great job of really securing that win. Game 3, I mean, I feel like this is all Aslan game 3. I don't know about the matchup. I think it's actually fairly even, but Aslan played so well, pressuring both lanes, and also did a great job of knowing when the Evo Snowball is in cycle and utilizing the Barbarian Barrel effectively to counter the drill.
So, great breakdown there as we look at where we're at. Just a few matches left for the day as we just said goodbye to Retired. We're going to go to Sandbox, Ruben, Hugo, Mugi, Ali, and Ardan to us. Of those 6 players, we will say goodbye to 3 of them. And of course, GencAslan will not be playing himself tomorrow, even though I'm sure he would like that, because then he's going to move on no matter what. But it will be either Ruben or Sandbox, whoever loses this next best of 3. And of course, like I said, 2 more matches after that to get through our day. And what an interesting day it's been. Juicy, just thoughts on the meta as a whole throughout Saturday, things you've learned, things you're surprised by, things that maybe you think are underutilized, just any thoughts.
My thoughts are Mortar is strong. It seems like Mortar is really showing up and winning a lot of games. I don't know why. I always kind of forget about it. Like at the beginning of the day, you asked me about the current meta. Like I say bait, I say, you know, whatever. But Mortar, it just seems like Mortar is just tried and true, is always a strong deck no matter what. And it's really showing its prowess here today. No Piggy's Earthquake. That's fairly interesting to me. But other than that, I mean, I think everything's been pretty solid.
What about our champions? Champions in general. It feels like Skeleton King is kind of like the champion of choice, and then maybe Mighty Miner and Monk are in there. I haven't seen any really AQ, no Little Prince. Any thoughts on the champion conversation, or do you think it's, yeah, what about that?
It seems like Archer Queen is kind of underused. I think Archer Queen is really strong. Maybe it's just the fact of the Skeleton Barrel. Skeleton Barrel is kind of actually an underrated Archer Queen counter, as well as the other thing about Queen is that usually you don't use multiple range units. I think as more Evos are getting added to the game, there's just so many good options for Evo range units, whether it be the Dark Ob Evo, the Firecracker, even in bait decks with like having the Princess. Even we saw Wizard today. It seems like there's maybe better Evo options that is taking the place of that range unit over the Archer Queen.
So looking here at these two guys that have obviously already played today, but neither of them had very good runs today. They actually were some of our only sweeps. We saw Sandbox get swept 2-0 by Mugi, and then we saw Ruben get swept 2-0 by Sub. Did you see? They both just seemed... Mugi, it felt more like Mugi really stole that set, but I will say it did seem like Ruben was just not playing like himself, so I'd love to see him bounce back here in this set with this. This is the cheese deck of 2025.
Supercell, if you're watching this, please nerf. No, I'm just kidding. Not really, but yeah, Pekka Gob Giant Gob Curse has been plaguing top ladder. For Ruben though, I feel like he has good chances though. I think the Wizard's gonna do great. It depends on if Sandbox has the lightning version or not, but then the guards too. Guards are really good in this situation. I like the Evo Wizard. I think Evo Wizard's really cool actually. It's the second time we've seen it today, but it's just a strong card. I think that even if Sandbox has the lightning now, like the Evo Wizard, since Rage doesn't take the shield anymore, since that Rage nerf, like it should provide quite a bit of value. It's already providing value, almost completely negating this Evo Pekka. Interesting Hog Rider. It's pretty aggressive, but it's gonna work out. I honestly didn't know if that was gonna be a good play. He is very low in elixir though. We'll see. Sandbox is Sandbox is getting some damage, but Ruben with the perfectly timed log. The patience on the log was clinical, and that's going to put Ruben in a solid damage lead. About 500 up right now. Peck in the back. Monk again. Sandbox deck, I mean, it's really just a formula. It's Peck in the back, use Fisherman on defense, get the Gob Giant, play some spells. Still interested on the last spells here. If he has a lightning, we'll see it. There it is. Yeah, lightning does drop down. Monk ability, really kind of useless. Evo Wizard on the board. This is really tough. It might be over here, Andrew.
Yeah, really nice Ice Spirit, actually, maybe just to delay the inevitable. And now the Monk last second. Wow, Ruby barely hanging on by a thread.
Monk in guards, but the curse drops down preemptively, and the Monk ability is late. The packet gets a full swipe down. And with Sandbox with the big spell, with the lightning version here, I really don't see Ruben hanging on for very long.
Yeah, you usually never see it with the lightning.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and there it is. That should...
Another curse. A lot of goblins. Earthquake drops. He's trying to stay alive, but it is not enough. One goblin connects, and that will be lightning range. Sandbox just got to cycle on back.
Yeah, not really any way to block it considering the guards were just played, but we'll see. Ruben going to go for a sellout push left-hand side. Could be the craziest thing ever. And there's the Fisherman.
Craziest thing ever.
And now the guards need to block the lightning and defend the Pekka.
Oh, imagine. Curse Rage. Ice Spirit, he's hanging on. This is the never give up mentality. I respect it, but Sandbox is going to take the win. Wow, first time we've seen Pekka Gob Giant today, and Ruben really struggling to deal with that, especially with the lightning version. I think the lightning version is very strong.
Yeah, man, Ruben just struggling today in general. Just bad matchups, little bit of bad gameplay, and you know, we saw a little bit of this from Ruben after, maybe like right after the burnout of winning world championships. It was just like so much grinding. I mean, that was also teams format, so it was like you guys were playing so much and always strategizing together and watching tape and all that stuff. And especially Queso, they had such a great support staff behind them. It was probably just living and breathing Clash for so long where there was like a burnout phase, but then, you know, we saw him show up in world finals again and play okay. But today is just today just doesn't seem like it's Ruben's day. I wouldn't say, I mean, I see people in the chat, this always happens. I mean, this happens anytime Mo Light loses one game. People say he's washed, and then he wins the set. I don't think Ruben's washed, but I do think that there is something off about Ruben today. I don't know if he needs a little bit more help support-wise, maybe a coach or an analyst that can help him, or maybe, I don't know, Juice, there's some days where you just don't play your best, right?
It's true. Yeah, who knows? Maybe you only got like 3 hours of sleep last night, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's got some brain fog, or who knows, man. I mean, life is crazy. There's a lot that goes on. I think a lot of people, you know, they watch an event like this and they don't realize that each one of these players, each one of us casters, we're real people dealing with the real problems, just like all of you. I think that once again, I think that we will see more of Ruben, and we might see more of Ruben right now as we're hopping to game 2. Let's see if he can bounce back from this very really tough start.
Yeah, well said. I mean, it's very true. People definitely do forget that a lot, and I'm sure you experience that being someone that is streaming so regularly, always in the public eye. But yeah, maybe Ruben's just having a rough day today. Who knows? Maybe he only got 3 hours of sleep, like you said, like me. But here we go. Game number 2. Can Ruben bounce back? Can he pull this to game number 3? That was Sandbox's first win of the day. Can Ruben get his first win of the day? We'll find out.
Sandbox going to some comfort. Sandbox a really good Graveyard player. I like this Graveyard deck a lot. I think it's the only, like, in my opinion, it's the only viable Graveyard deck in the meta. Ruben, on the other hand, looks like he's got some good stuff set up. He's got a Mother Witch. He's got a Boss Bandit. This Mother Witch is going to be the key factor, and he has a Mega Knight as well. Very interesting.
Yeah, nice to have that cheap rage just in case the Mother Witch is not available to help clean up that graveyard. But obviously going graveyard against Mother Witch is just not something you love to see. But as you pointed out, Juicy, Sandbox a very good graveyard player. And here we go, is Mother Witch out of cycle. And there's the curse. Wow. He's got all the answers right now. Yeah, curse and Mother Witch for graveyard is not what you want to see as a graveyard player. And the Boss Man does take the Witch too, forcing on the Bar Barrel. Overall, though, I mean, yeah, we can talk about how tough this is going to be, but Sandbox is in the damage lead, and this deck is pretty solid at defending. It's going to be hard to defend, but anything is possible. He's got the Knight, and he has Barbarian Barrel to help deal with Mother Witch. What is the last card from Ruben? Like a Tower Seeker? Like a... Yeah, I think it's probably, like you said, it's probably going to be either a Ram Rider, Battle Ram, or I guess maybe even like a Hog, but yeah, some sort of win condition, I would assume. And there's the Ram Rider playing back with the MK working his way up, but the Skeleton is really frustrating for the MK to knock around. There's the Mother Witch getting a little bit of value. Wow. Bar Barrel on top. Got to protect that Mother Witch in the future, but kind of hard with the cards actually at hand or in Ruben's hand. He doesn't really have a card to get on top of Bar Barrels. And this is just really beautiful gameplay from Sandy. He's just completely blocking the bridge, making it so the Ram Rider can't have a tank, and he's trying to deal with the Mother Witch as soon as it pops down. Goes this time, pushing the Mother Witch backward and protecting, forcing out poison. Once again, though, the block at the bridge, the Witch is just continually helping out, defending against the real Hog spawn as the poison inevitably takes it out. Without a big spell for Ruben to deal with this Witch, like you'd think that the Mother Witch and the Gob Curse was enough, but Sandbox is playing this to a T. Yeah, I mean, he is basically untouched as now we finally see a Ram go down this right-hand side, but you know there's an Ice Spirit, you know there's the Witch there, doesn't even need to play a building. It would even be happy to probably soak the damage just to get a better push, but doesn't even need to do that. Mega Knight dropping down, goes to deal with the Knights. Mega Knight's pushing this back. This is one of the interactions when I've played Evo Mega Knights that is actually bad. Like, I'm not even kidding. The fact that he played the Mega Knight on top of the Witch and he just pushed it back onto his opponent's side of the map, and now it's just chilling, it's healing back up, and this Mega Knight Evo is completely gone. Yeah, wow, and that's a great call, Juice. Now we got 2 Evo Witches, a regular Witch on the board. I think that was an Evo Knight still alive in the front, and... This is insane. Yeah, the Mega Knight comes down, but Sam... Yo, let's go. Celebration from Sandy. I'm not going to lie. I love Sandy. GG's all around. He's such a good guy. I do got to feel bad for Ruben, though. Tough matchups. I think that's really what it comes down to. It's tough matchups. Maybe there's some of these games that he could have played better, but it's just not. It's just one of those tough days for Ruben, man. Just everything Sandbox is doing, the shirt, the celebration, the gift. I am so glad he's back, and I'm so glad this is the version of him that we're getting. I also love Sandy, and yeah, I mean, so when you look at these games, like game number 1, really tough. I mean, it's the cheese deck of 2025. Like you said, it's running the lightning version though, which makes this a lot more difficult, especially when you're looking at the deck on the other side of it. If that lightning can hit a Tesla, if that lightning can hit a wizard every time, you are in so much trouble. Yeah. And then you've got all those small units that are supposed to do all the damage, but you have the curse, the rage, the bomber. So just really tough stuff there. And then in game number 2, I mean, you know, we knew what we had on both sides of the board, and it felt like there was some pretty good opportunities for Ruben to be able to hold off the graveyards. But as you said, Sandbox, a really great graveyard player, really good stuff at the bridge. You know, that high goblin hut that is being protected has become a really fascinating interaction in the game that is something that you have to pay attention to. And then, as you pointed out, Juicy, Evo's some of the best things in the game. Also, sometimes they can do you a little dirty. That Evo Mega Knight pushes back the Evo Witch, pushes back the regular Knight, then allows a second Witch to get on the board, then allows a second Evo Witch to get on the board. So just so much kind of happens there when not only are you like fighting this bridge battle, but the whole thing about bridge battles is that you want some of that to take place on your side so that your Princess Tower can help. And that's a really interesting thing for you to point out that actually kind of gave the game away. And then, of course, the wonderful celebration from Sandbox. Great stuff there. And a rough day for Ruben.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and look at the bracket here, kind of see how we got to where we are now. You guys are just tuning in. This is the day 1 CRL monthly finals. We've gotten a lot of stuff happened in round 1. A lot of stuff happened in quarterfinals. We're currently at the lower round 1. We just got done with Ruben versus Sandy. Sandy with a 2-0 sweep. Next match is Mugi versus Hugo. This is going to be interesting. Mugi, I think, had played a little bit better than Hugo. I would say a lot of it better. Obviously, he went down to Muhammad Light in the quarterfinals. And then we also have Ardan versus Ali to finish out day 1. Is there anything specifically that you want to talk about here, Andrew, as we look at the bracket?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we've actually spent a lot of today talking more about the psychological part of the game than the actual gameplay, or the cards of the game, I should say, not the actual gameplay, but the cards of the game. And that always happens, you know, or not always, but it happens regularly, where sometimes we'll talk about the meta and other times we'll talk about mental. And when you look at Mugi, it's such an interesting kind of place to be because, right, he started off really strong on the day, but then goes into Muhammad Light and gets 2-0'd. So with him, I think because Mugi is who he is, I think he'll be able to bounce back, as the audience seems to feel that way as well. 62% in favor of Mugi, 38% in favor of Hugo. I do think Mugi should take this set no matter what. I really do believe so. I think he's a 2-time world champion. He's got more experience. He had a great start to the day where he 2-0'd Sandbox, who just played very well against Ruben. That being said, Hugo did pick up a game against Sub, who was all the way in our semifinals. So, you know, well, I guess we'll just see. But I would really like to see Mugi come out on top here, just for kind of himself and the history of Clash Royale. The second matchup, or I should say the last matchup of the day, between Ali and Ardan, that is why I talked about the psychology of it all, because Ardan was clearly so hyped up, and then he was so tilted, but he's also has more experience and now has had time to calm down. Ali, on the other side of it, started the day off with a decent 1-2 set versus Lucas, and now he's just been sitting there for like 3+ hours, Juice, and I never really know how that works against new players. So that's kind of my thoughts of the bird's eye view of our next four players and 2 matchups.
Yeah, really well broken down the psychology of the players. I mean, Andrew, you've been commentating for so long. Like, you know so much about these players. It's very impressive, and it's really interesting to really get that insight. Opposite from like the gameplay insight that I might like provide.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's why I think we all work so well together now. You know, like having that. Yeah, there it is. Having that high depth, high level knowledge. You know, I will say there's a lot of things that happen in the game that I completely understand, and it's good to sell to you because you can break it down in an even better way. But I also love that there's things that happen where I'm like, so why? What tell me, teach me, you know. So it's really good that we have the pairings, and like I said, tomorrow it'll be Rich and Josh. I've been seeing Josh streaming more. I've been seeing Josh playing more, so we'll see what version of Aw Crap we get. And of course, you know, Rich has been around since day one, and he also loves that psychological conversation that we've had for a very, very long time. So just to remind you guys, Hugo versus Mugi, then Ali versus Ardan to close out our day. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow with, like I said, 2 different casters and, of course, 3 best of 5s. Upper bracket, lower bracket, and grand finals, and maybe even the bracket final reset will you get best of 5s all the way across the board if necessary. So fun things to look forward to, so make sure you're subscribed, turn on those notifications, and, of course, follow along with Esports Royale EN on X so that you guys can know when all of these competitions are going on, since we are doing community events this year. But of course, you got to get in that top 1,000 first.
Yes, sir. All right, looking at game 1 here, we have Hugo bringing back one of my favorite decks that I gotta remember to play more. This giant Inferno Dragon deck. It's really interesting. Like, it's not like super strong in the meta, but I don't know what it is about like giant decks that really allure to me. It's just they're not very difficult to play. I feel like you gotta get together, like a good push. You get your evos together, you make it happen, and it's on Mugi here to be able to defend. I think he's gonna be able to do a decent job of that because of the Electro Wizard. I think Electro Wizard and the Snowball, something that is gonna be super helpful versus this Evo Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, it's interesting, for as much as we talk about how much we love fast cycle and micro interactions, being able to play a heavy beatdown deck and understanding the macro matchup, as we've talked about with Mugi actually numerous times in history and even earlier today, is something incredibly satisfying as well. So it makes sense why you'd like them, Juicy, because you do play so much and so have like such a deep understanding of the game that, you know, you look at the matchup, you look at the 8 cards, and then you can just win with one giant push. So we'll see if that's something that Hugo can pull off against a guy that's great at the one push finish himself. And wow, okay, so that actually ends up going terribly. The Snowball resets, and now the Demolisher, excuse me, the Goblin Machine tanking for the Giant.
Yeah.
Weird interaction there.
That was nuts. Ghost has to get down. You go up quite a bit of damage here as we're into double elixir. See if Mugi's able to set up better defenses. This is the interesting thing about the drill decks like this, right? I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Sometimes these Golden Knight, bridge spam type Goblin drill decks just don't have a defensive building. Instead, relying on the cannon card and usually a tornado, but no tornado, just an Evo Snowball here. Fascinating stuff. I don't know if it'll be enough to stop these Goblin Machines. I think the Goblin Machine is the main thing that Mugi's going to struggle against here.
That card is so strong. It is one of the cards in this game that I don't know if it's broken, but it's still just like incredibly strong, and the mechanics behind it are just a little odd still.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you gotta say that no matter whether you play it or not, that card is annoying to go up against, because it's just seemingly always making the most ridiculous like hits on your tower from across the board.
And speaking of ridiculous hits on the tower, that Boss Bandit does not get picked up and just goes to town on that right side tower, bringing it all the way to 1092. Ooh. The cannon cart! Wow. The cannon cart!
Oh my gosh, Evo Snowball allows the cannon cart to connect, and Mugi gets the first solid damage of this match. Inferno Dragon, not too much of a threat. Its charge should have lost it by now. Every 8 seconds it loses its charge, which is a long time in Clash, but enough for Mugi this time.
Giant at the bridge, just like you talked about before, Juicy. No defensive building in hand, so now Drill comes down. Cannon Cart protecting on the left-hand side. Golden Knight doing work on both lanes.
Ooh, no Golden Knight dash available. Has to go E-Wiz Snowball, but the Giant is making the tower for almost 2 hits.
Yeah.
60 seconds left. Triple elixir overtime. It's getting real, Andrew. It's getting real.
Yeah, it's getting real. You got to get a drill in on that left-hand side. I think you got to get one in right now, actually. But instead, it's going to opt to play defense. Gets the high Evo Skellies, which could be really, really helpful here against that Boss Bandit. They finally go down.
Wow.
And And that pushes dead on the Vine, so now it's all about, you got 2 cannon carts on the right-hand side. And wow, Hugo stays aggressive on the left. Interesting.
I feel like, in theory, this is a good idea if you can run out the time enough, but now this counter push is here and there's still 22 seconds left. The Gold Knight is connecting, the Snowball's pushing, the Rage drops down, but the Goblins are getting damage on the tower. Gold Knight will not connect again. There's still 10 seconds left, but now it seems like it's too little too late. Ghost connects, and that is game. Wow.
Perfectly called by you, Juicy, there at the end. Like, you just knew it. You felt it. We all felt it. Just a little bit of an overextension there from Hugo. He was spending everything to try to take that tower, and then all of a sudden you look up at the clock and you're like, man, there is way too much time left, and that is a lot of a counter push on the board on the left-hand side. And yeah, Mugi does it again, right? He plays calm, collected, cool, knows that he's got the finish right there as long as he can stay alive just long enough. And you know, the E-Wiz coming down to help with that giant, stops that one extra giant hit. So nice stuff there from a world champ.
Wow. Yeah, Electro Wizard, I think I said it earlier, but I think it was the MVP of that match. Not even just for the Inferno Drag, though. I always forget that Electro Wiz got like a damage buff, I don't know, like 3 or 4 months ago. I think it's really underrated. Just the fact that it's stunning, it's doing really solid damage to the giant. He did a great job of using that Electro Wizard really well, especially since that giant deck doesn't have a big spell. The only way to really take it off the board is like a Gobkur's arrows like Evo Zap, which is too difficult to get down, especially when you have the Magic Archer as another supplementary glass cannon there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, having both of those to deal with in one deck has got to be super, super frustrating. And then there's also the other part of that equation, which is that you got to be able to deal with those Evo Skellies. We saw them get a decent amount of value at the bridge late in that game, and I think they baited out maybe a Zap or something, or maybe it just was a little bit more attention or elixir than Hugo wanted to spend right at the bridge. But that's another thing of just Mugi understanding the matchup. Okay, I can have 2 cannon carts right next to each other on the board. That's going to bait out the Goblin Machine on the right side, and then on the left side I can always have a Magic Archer near the center of the board, and then EU is where I need it. So yeah, I play against decks like that. They're really frustrating because they always seem to have some sort of response to whatever you have, or you don't have the correct spell power that you need, and then they can always sneak in that drill at any point, whether it's, you know, the last few seconds as we saw there, and just completely steal it with a great Golden Knight dash. So great patience from Mugi, great wherewithal there, doing what, like I said, I like Hugo a lot. I want him to do very well. I think Mugi really needs to just win this best of 3, and him doing it 2-0 I think would be even better for his confidence, as Hugo misses the King Tower activation there. Not the end of the world, but just a bit of a bummer.
Okay, game number 2. Berserker on the board for Hugo, and a Spirit Empress. Defending quite well, and he does get a mortar down for the counter push.
Yeah, this was a version that I was... Actually, this exact deck was the one that I was talking about that I ran right when the Spirit Empress came out. And as you can see right here, doing okay. She's going to get some good damage, bait out some good elixir. Mortar ends up locking on tower.
Yeah, the Barbell does connect to the mortar, so only one more shot, but... I mean, the damage is already done here. So a Mortar Mirror matchup. One with a Spirit Empress and Berserker. Both with Evo's Skeleton Barrel. It'll be interesting to see like both of the last cards for each player here. But I do think that one thing always to note is the log is so much better than Barbell in this situation.
Yeah. And then it feels like Mugi should have arrows, right? Is that last card? And he does get the King Tower activation, just to say anything you can do, I can do better.
Wow. Yeah, impressive. I feel like that's like one of the most difficult timings to pull off. Like, I always try. Wait, will Hugo get it? No. Yes!
Okay,
yes,
all right. We love to see it,
they're just showing
boys.
off now.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, all right. You can do it, I can do it, no problem. We're both pros here. So Hugo and Mugi both with King Towers active. Hugo with a nice lead after a good mortar connection early on. Still curious about the last card from both players. Fireball, right? From
yeah. Hugo would make sense. Fireball, probably Fireball for Mugi also, to be honest. But this is interesting. There's the Fireball. Evo mortar.
Never wanted to have to...
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just using the Evo Mortar on defense is just such a bad like feeling.
Yeah, especially against an Evo Mortar because on offense.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see it already. Hugo with a really good damage advantage because of that.
Yeah, and I think one thing right now is we are seeing Hugo get a good use out of the Spirit Empress, like quite a good amount of use out of the Spirit Empress. And while the Dark Goblin is always good, I do love the Dark Goblin, I feel like it hasn't been super impactful for Mugi, at least not yet.
Yeah, once again, it doesn't... It seems like Dark Gob is specifically very, very good in certain decks. Mortar, it doesn't... Wow, that log. Ooh. Wow,
yeah,
so much value.
That was a great log.
Yeah, and the mortar connects once again, and we see a huge pressure from Mugi, just trying to break through the log out of cycle. He's getting quite a bit of damage, but Hugo's still in damage lead here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things I'm noticing is just like the amount of offensive versus defensive mortars from either of these guys. It seems like Hugo's gotten so many more offensive mortars down, but you know, they're only separated by a mortar hit and a fireball. So 1918 to 1471, the two weakest towers. The towers on the opposite side, though, now Hugo's down to 1877, which is his lowest tower. And now we see the rare ground Spirit Empress from Hugo. We haven't seen many of those.
Such an interesting card. Like, I guess one thing I don't think about is like, yes, like the air version is very expensive, but like that's part of the card is the fact that you do have the versatility, you do have the flexibility of using it other ways too. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why it's costing a lot, right?
Yeah, totally. And I think just the ability for you to have another option, like you have two completely different cards in your deck that's only taking up one slot, and you don't ever have to use one of them if you don't want to. So I think the biggest thing is that a lot of people don't seem to be super comfortable with the interactions or the power of the ground Spirit Empress yet.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, there's only
here we go.
Yeah, there's only 25 seconds left here. Right now, we have Skelly Barrel. We have multiple mortars on the board. Skelly Barrel does connect, but log comes through. Hugo is still up.
Mortar's locked. No. Oh, no, it's not. It was on the Berserker, and then it got confused, it looked like. I thought it might go to the right-hand side. 1419, 1183. Hugo just going to play defense as he knows he's got things sewn up unless something goes horribly awry. Fireballs in each direction. Wow. And we're going to game number 3.
That was a fascinating mortar mirror match. I feel like that happens a lot with mortar mirror matches where there's just like there's pressure happening in both lanes from both players trying to gain control of the map, but it seemed like Hugo just did a little bit better job of connecting in the early game, just a little bit more pressure, and then like you said, it's really about, are you playing your mortars offensively or defensively? I think it's another topic of momentum. Like Hugo just kept the pressure, had the mortars offense. It really seemed like the moment that Mugi couldn't like make the comeback is when he played that Evo mortar in that corner there. It just I feel like you needed that for offense, but maybe he couldn't defend without it.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is he just needed a really good mortar connection like Hugo got in the very beginning of that game. You know, it was the Spirit Empress coupled with the mortar, and then obviously the overspend to protect the mortar. It just all went in Hugo's favor really, really early on. And then, yeah, he did a great job of just trying to keep up as much pressure as he could. Like you said, offensive mortars out. And then as the game was kind of winding down, he's like, all right, well, I have a big enough lead. I have the spell power. We both have Skeleton Barrel, and we both have ways to stop it. So let's just kind of slowly play this out, and I should be able to win. And that was one of the things that like I said at the top of the show, that I remembered about Hugo was that he was a very, very good mortar player. Game 1 was heavily in favor of Mugi. Game 2 was mostly in favor of Hugo, but still very, very close. So now that he doesn't have maybe his comfort win condition, I'm very curious to see how this game 3 unfolds, knowing that Mugi has a lot of different directions to go.
Yeah, I don't know. I always try to play this game in game 3. 2 decks out, a duels formatting, can't repeat any cards. One of these players gonna play. But if I could do that, I would be a coach, right? Like, but on the other like end of the spectrum, like part of the coaches, the analyst's jobs, and the players' jobs is to play a deck that's as unpredictable as possible. Like, you need to be able to play a deck to get a decent matchup, and just not get hard counted. It's not about the sniping the perfect deck and predicting what your opponent's going to play. It's about covering your bases. That's what analyzing for the best decks. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and I do think, you know, in general, I try not to. I ask like maybe what you might do in this situation, but asking what you think someone's going to run now in 2025 as a commentator, like us doing that to each other, it's just not fair. There are too many cards in this game, and look, we still do it sometimes, and we still are right sometimes, but it's just like there are so many different cards, so many different combos, and the other thing is that there was this conversation about players preferring to play heavier versus lighter decks. If you're regularly in the highest level, there is no conversation there, really. Just because Mugi is, like I say, the best RG player around, that doesn't mean that I've ever said that he likes playing heavy rather than fast. You have to be able to do it all at the highest level. So again, predicting with the amount of spells and champions and evos, it's definitely become really, really difficult, which is, like you said, that's why, you know, you're not a coach and why I don't envy coaches. That is a very tough job.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Mother Witch.
Another Mother Witch. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like, so much Mother Witch today. It's good and it makes sense. And every single time, once again, a minor sort of control deck is played. It seems like the Mother Witch is right there to counter. So maybe it is about the snipes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not about the decent
Ignore
matchup.
everything that we just said.
Maybe every time your opponent's gonna play minor bats, you have to play Mother Witch, Arrows, Electro Wizard.
Obviously. What an interesting minor wall breakers deck too with the Skelly Drags. I like it because, you know, when you look at the spells that are out, I mean, Fireball obviously being out, Evo Zap and Curse and Rage. So obviously still a lot of good ways to get on top of Skelly Drags, but runs into Arrows, which is probably what he was expecting. Arrows being a very popular spell still.
Minor inbound with the Skelly Drags. Yeah, I think it's a good call, the Skelly Drags. I think they're another card that's very underrated, which is why I just love watching CRL. Like, I feel like ladder is just watching the same or like playing the same like 4 decks over and over again because they're the most optimized. But when you get to the game 3 of the best of 3 in the duels formatting, you got to get creative. And that's what we got here. We have a really interesting bridge spam versus a minor Skelly Drags. We have yet to see what the last 2 cards can be. We'll see how it's going to shape out. Very even match so far. Seemingly both players kind of struggling to defend each other.
2039. Actually, now the lowest tower is going to be 1927 for Hugo, as Mugi's lowest tower is 2013. This is the penultimate matchup of the day and the last game of this best of 3. One of these guys will move on, and one of them will be eliminated. Mother Witch up high here, going to play a little bit of defense on the right side, and Mrs. Poison's going to take her off before she crosses the bridge.
Miner doing a decent job of blocking that Golden Eye dash.
But Ghost on the left-hand tower.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. And I don't know, Mugi's got to come back to make it all of a sudden. You know, it's not easy, but it definitely is possible, especially the Miner Poison and the Wall Breakers. This isn't your normal control deck. This is a minor deck that can apply lots of pressure.
Yeah, the one thing that he's missing, though, is the ability to follow up the wall breakers or the bats with the spears. That's one of the great things about baiting out the spell or the log or whatever it is you're able to get the miner and the wall breakers out to bait whatever that is, and then you send in the spear goblins for the range. Skeleton dragons just don't quite have that same effect, it seems.
On the bright side, the Skelly Drags are a little bit more resistant to the Mother Witch, but the Mother Witch is still coming down, gonna spawn in a piggy, and now here comes the evil Battle Ram. And does he have Log and Cycle? He does have it in Cycle. The goal line dashes from the left lane, doesn't quite make it to tower, and Miner barely down on time to stop the Evo Bards. Mugi stays alive yet again, but he's still down just a couple hundred HP as we're heading into triple elixir overtime.
Dude, he had no business staying alive during that. The push on the left, the Golden Knight actually not connecting to the tower after it crossed to the right. Everything spaced absolutely perfect for our 2-time world champion. 1443, 1257. Mugi with the lowest tower on the board. 50 seconds remain.
The Battle Ram doesn't connect, but the Barb gets one hit. The Mighty Miner, it seems like the Mighty Miner cannot find any spot to get value, as it either gets taken out by a P.E.K.K.A. or gets stalled by the Electro-Wiz. Here comes a big push right side, though. Mother Witch getting taken out. Miner getting a lot of chip damage. Multiple Skeleton Drags on the board, abusing the 3-card cycle really well. Poison missing the Mother Witch, though. With 24 seconds, I wonder if that could be the game changer, as it's Hugo's time to attack now.
You commentate. I'm gonna watch. 972, 933. Battle Ram comes in. Bottom left side. That Mother Witch might be enough if those piggies get there.
Oh my gosh, the piggies are making it. Evil Wallbreaker's ready for defense. Log comes through. 2 seconds. One, and Mugi takes the best of 3, knocking Hugo out of the tournament. Mugi, oh my gosh, there's ice in his veins. He has no reaction. This is insane.
Wow, dude, that is... I'm watching those final seconds there. That Mother Witch not being able to send any pigs to the left-hand side is actually insane, because it hits a couple Spear Goblins, then the Spear Goblins are taken off the board. There's bats right there that the Mother Witch is about to target, and Mugi sneaks Skeleton Dragons in just in time, like you said, Juicy. Those Skelly Drags just a little bit more resilient against the Mother Witch to protect those bats, or else those bats would have turned into piggies and gone to the tower and probably taken that game. Mugi, as you said, ice in his veins, no celebration. That's a 2-time world champ right there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he said job's not done. He's made it through day number 1, and he will be moving on to day number 2 now. But there's still a lot of work to do if he's gonna make it to that championship match. I would love to see another Mo vs Mugi rematch for the finals tomorrow. If you guys haven't already, drop a follow where you're watching, turn the notifications on, and tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. You can convert to your own time zone, and it'll be here same time, same place for the finals. We do have one more elimination match to be had after this, though.
Yeah, very, very interesting one between Ali and Ardan Toas. Yeah, these are the decks. Honestly, not really a lot of conversation to have with the decks. This was a really, really fun set. Game 1, we see Hugo coming out with the, the Giant, the Machine, the Curse, the Bandit, all that. Game 2, we saw him come out with this very interesting Mortar deck with the, I mean, not very interesting, just not super popular with the Spirit Empress, but she ends up working out in the air and on the ground. And then game number 3, we see Mugi just make a slight adjustment based off of what he'd already played. I mean, you see the spears are used, the Dark Gobs used, the Goblin Gang's already used, so what is he going to put in that spot there? And it ends up being the Skeleton Dragons, which really, really work out. Those Skelly Drags taken care of, really doing, like you said, Juicy, just being on the board a little bit longer than other units because they're just a little bit beefier, knowing that Fireball was out of play for Hugo. Here we are. What a journey we have been on today, and we are only halfway through our weekend of competition. Like Juicy said, we'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. UTC. Yeah, like you said, do your own conversions. There's too many time zones in the world, but that's one for reference, as we have one match left. Players still remaining. Lucas and Sub up in our semifinals, undefeated on the day, just like Mo Light and Kitashiyan. As you can see there, though, when you look through the people that made it, only Mohammed Light had the first round bye and survives. Everyone else had to play in round 1 of that upper bracket. Kita, Sub, and Lucas, and they all survived. Talking about people that did get that ticket but didn't survive, really, it's just... well, it's on the fence right now, because Ardan Toas is still in the mix. Ruben had a really, really rough day today, coming out 0-4, and that gets us to exactly where we are right now after Mugi takes down Hugo 2-1. He's sitting to see who he's going to play. Will it be Ali? Will it be Ardan Toas? And this is a very tough one to call. It should be Ardan. It makes sense that it would be Ardan. He's got the history. He's been in world finals. He's, all of his accomplishments surpass that of Ali. Ali went 2-1 against Lucas, though, and it wasn't a bad 2-1 set. Ardan had just a devastating 0-2 against Kita. Juice, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Do you think he's had enough time to reset it? That was quite some time ago, and the audience at least seems like Ardan's had time to reset. 83-17.
Yeah, I don't know. I understand where the audience is at, 83% going for Ardan. But I don't know. I think if I had to choose right now, I think I'd choose Ali just because I really didn't like Ardan's attitude. It wasn't that I couldn't sympathize with him. It was more of the fact that like that's just like at the highest level you just can't let it get to you. And it seems like he might be a little bit tilted right now. If Ali can just get one like good matchup game one, I think it's just all over for Ardan. I think he's really gonna struggle to come back mentally.
Yeah, and this is the other part of the growing pains, you know, of being a great player is now that you have expectations, you have history, you have prior accomplishments, there's the pressure from yourself, there's the pressure from your fans, now there's the pressure from the audience. So yeah, I agree. That's, you know, we've said many, many times before, and we'll say it many, many times again, is the guy that has nothing to lose is a lot more threatening than the guy that has everything to lose. And while Ali doesn't want to be sent home, I'm sure while he'd like to get more points and more money, I think he knows, as we just saw, he is a massive underdog here and has been one on the day. He's going up against 2 world finalists. If he ends up losing 2 sets against world finalists, that's all right. But Ardan, like you said, I think he really needs to bounce back. And if he does meet any sort of resistance in game 1, that just cannot be as big a factor as it was in his set number 1 today. So looks like he's had time to calm back down, and we're going to give them just a couple moments to pick their decks. Let me look at what they ran. Ali, that was so long ago. Oh, yeah, he started against Lava. He started with Lava. Spirit Empress Lava is what it was. And either Ali's been playing on his alt account, which is totally possible, or he's just been sitting back and watching. No games played on this account since then. So game number 1, it was Lava, Evo Valk, Evo Zap, Curse, Spirit Empress, going up against that giant Inferno Drag Boss Bandit deck that Lucas ran with Goblin Machine. Then game number 2, it was the first time we were kind of seeing like the P.E.K.K.A. and the Golden Knight and the Lumberjack and the Ram Rider all for the, at least today, he had Mother Witch in there as well and Baby Dragon, and that really gave Lucas a run for his money. And then game number 3, it was a Wall Breakers deck with Drill. So we shall see how he does here in his second set.
Okay. Giant at the bridge. It is the giant Friend Drag God Machine yet again. He's going all in. It's crazy, but this is probably the right way to play this deck. You just gotta make the push. You already have a unit on the board. You don't want it to go to waste. He does get a rage down, but he plays it slightly late, so he actually doesn't spawn in a goblin from the dart there.
Yeah, and that was actually a really nice ability there from the Mighty Miner, and good block at the bridge to know that
was impressive.
Wall breakers were coming. Yeah. Okay, so a small stalemate to start things off. Ardan a little bit less damage, but a little bit more elixir in the tank. And honestly, if I'm Ardan, after that sellout first push, the defense that I played would give me some confidence. But you can see right there again, just not happy with what he's seeing on the board, and you can't always be disappointed with what you're seeing on the board.
You really can't. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely not the mindset you gotta have, but he's still gonna give it all in the play here. He's got Mighty Miner. Mighty Miner is decent for the giant. The zap is gonna be the biggest problem though. I think that if Ali plays his Evo Zap especially very well to deal with the Mighty Miner, or even the Dark Gob, he's got good chances, but I don't know. We've seen time and time again how strong this Evo Dark Gob can be. Every time he has in cycle, Ali's push will basically be rendered useless.
So we'll see if. Yeah, and I was also just thinking, that Evo Zap can also just be a nuisance against the goblins if he's pushing with a boss bandit as well. So we're just gonna have to see where and when that Evo Zap comes into play for Ali, as a little damage is done. 2336, 2365 are the 2 lowest towers on the board, and now a lot more damage going to come in here for Ardan on the left-hand side. The double wall breaker connection, damage in the back, goblin on the front, 928 remains.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Ardan is just cooking all of a sudden. Dagger Duchess, not really strong versus those those bigger pushes. Once it's out, and you're not recouping it for a while. So Ardan taking full advantage of that. His defense is looking decent, but man, these are tough. I mean, the Goblin Machine is a threat. The Giant's a threat. He's low elixir. He has enough for something now. He's just trying to take the tower before the Giant can make it happen. And Ardan walks away, barely winning this match just by a few seconds. Wow.
Oh, man. If there was just a few more seconds for Ali, we'd be going into overtime, and Ardan would be feeling very, very different about his situation, but is able to steal it in the final moments. And you know what? I'm not mad about it, because honestly, a lot of times with Wall Breakers decks, you need to win that game when you, like, in that final moment of regulation before things just start going downhill very, very fast. And yeah, Juice, was it just Ardan doing a really good job of having enough pressure in places that Ali didn't want, so Ali just couldn't put together like that perfect push? Or was it the way that he kind of sequenced his defense to where Ali couldn't break through the way he wanted? What was it about what Ardan did there?
Honestly, I don't know. I think that the Goblin Drill can definitely be something. I don't know. You kind of answered your question well, like yourself when you asked it. But I think you're right. I think that the Goblin Drill placements were odd, and I don't think this Giant deck does a great job of defending against Drill. So one of the biggest thing I remember when I did play this Giant deck is that there isn't much splash damage. All the splash damage comes from the spells. Like when you play the P.E.K.K.A. Gob Giant deck, it always has a bomber in it. It always has a little bit of splash damage. Hell versus the Recruits and the Drill decks. But this specific Giant deck, the Inferno Drag, single target, God Machine, it's basically single target. You can't really use the God Machine to defend the Drill very effectively. So I think Ardan knew that, and he took full advantage to get the win there.
And I like what Ardan did as well when we talk about kind of like the macro matchup of just like, I'm more experienced. I don't feel as much pressure, maybe just because of that experience. I want to go fast. I want to play a deck that is fast, that I can control the pace, that I can make out plays with. And while you can do that with that other deck, it is much more of like, let's place units, let's place spells, and let's overwhelm. And it did feel like Ardan was able to kind of navigate his way around that. I actually like the choices by both of them, honestly. Even like with what we were saying with when Ali started in the very beginning, just going hyper aggressive, even though he didn't get a lot out of it, that's kind of how you have to play that deck. So here we go. What could be the final matchup of the day? Ardan did win game number 1, so there should be a blue crown there on the right side, just in case you guys are wondering. We have played a game, and like I said, if Ali loses here, that's going to be end of the day. If not, we are going to go to our last best of 3 for day number 1 here of the CALALAS Cup Gold Edition.
Mega Knight. So Mega Knight, Inferno Drag, and a Bomber. It depends on the Mega Knight deck, but usually Mega Knight decks fare fairly well versus a Hog Rider. Let's see if he has a Zapper reset, though. It looks like if he doesn't have a Zapper reset, the Mighty Miner can get value, but the Evo Mega Knight is still going to be difficult to defend no matter what.
So Ghost comes out to meet that Goblin game plus Ice Spirit push. And just a Bomber and a Rage. The Rage actually misses the King Tower, but I don't know if he could have hit all 3.
Interesting. Yeah, that Rage kind of defended a lot better than I thought it would. He's doing a decent job of kind of mitigating damage here. And with a heavier deck, that's what you have to do versus these quicker cycle decks. You got to mitigate damage in single, make it a double, and then hopefully by then he's got his Evos in cycle ready, which is why he plays the Inferno Drag right now. Now he's going to have his Evo Inferno and his Evo Mega Knight cycle once Double Elixir hits.
This Evo Mega Knight there crosses the bridge, just keeps this Mighty Miner kind of confused, at least.
Yeah, I really don't like this Mighty Miner. Or, sorry, not this Mighty Miner. I really don't like this Mega Knight. Like, yes, you take out the Tesla, but how does that help you? Like, in the grand
is that
scheme
worth
of
it?
things?
Yeah, yep.
It's much better to save it for the Hog Rider, or just to make a push and double. Now he's kind of got a mix-up. Like, a lot of times with these beatdown decks, like we've seen with the P.E.K.K.A. Gob Giant, you want a double Evo, like, kind of cycle to get ready to defend and counter push. This time he has the Inferno Drag. He drops a regular Mega Knight, but it's just not quite the same.
Yeah, totally. I think that's a great call, because that wasn't even the Evo Inferno Drag he was trying to protect earlier. So, yeah, I think it was just one of those, I see an opportunity, I have Elixir, and just maybe doesn't make the correct decision. Because it would have been a lot nicer to have all of those things, as you were talking about, together for this push. 2791, Bomber comes across the bridge but does not get damage in. Nice high lightning here from Ardan to clean up the Firecracker and the Hog push. Now the Royal Ghost does need a response. Good Goblins surround to even out Elixir, but not even in damage. Like I said, 2791, the lowest tower for Ali. Ardan tow us down to 1958, now with an Evo Mega Knight cycled in the back.
Inferno Drag now as well. Firecracker,
That's right.
yeah, if he has it, this would be a good lightning, but I mean, you're right. Like the Mighty Miner, not the Mighty Miner, but the Firecracker is just providing so much value because Rage, it doesn't take it out. Like it honestly might be the only play to. Wait a second, what is happening?
I don't know.
Ram Rider connects. Golden Knight gets a second
Golden Knight
dash.
connects. That Inferno is wow. I mean, at least the Inferno somehow got the attention from that Firecracker, or vice versa. Excuse me, the Firecracker got the attention from the Inferno, but
Oh, he misclicks.
yep.
Oh, that's game changing. If you could have kept that Evo Firecracker alive, that was gonna really put him in a really good spot. He's still winning, but this is a pretty solid push for Ardan as well. Ooh, and no Tesla in cycle. Wow.
But the bomber should be enough. Help with the King Tower. There it is. 1488. A little bit of damage in. 999 remains. Golden Knight not able to get on top of the tower there. 999. 1488. Ardan Toas in the lead. Needs to win this in the next 53 seconds to eliminate Ali and stay alive into day number 2.
Evo Firecracker is in cycle yet again. If he can prevent this Firecracker from dying, I think it's over.
Yep. And I don't like that hog either. I mean, I know what he's kind of trying to do there, but it's just giving elixir away. There's the lightning. Hey, still alive. Still alive. I don't know what he's got for this Ram Rider. He doesn't have any elixir. Last second Tesla.
Yup, Tesla drops down. Hog Rider is slowed by the Ram Rider. It seems like every time Ali goes for the Hog to try to break through, the Ram Rider's already on offense while slowing the Hog at the same time. And the Ghost connects. 1. The lock comes through. 2. Lightning will do enough. Ardan Toas 2-0 sweep. Big bounce back. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Ali as he's getting knocked out of the tournament.
Just a little bit of pressure there, man. I think that's exactly what you and I talked about before going into that set. I think Ali just felt a little bit too much pressure there in game number 2. Just started to make a little bit of mental mistakes. Ardan was gaining confidence, gaining momentum, starting to feel more like himself, as you can see with a much more jovial celebration than we saw at the end of his first set when it was an immediate camera turned off. So, yeah, I mean, Ardan able to stay alive. Ali doing pretty good job, at least able to give him a run for his money. Got to pick up a game in his first set of the day against Lucas, but we see this a lot at CRL. It's nothing against the newcomers. It's nothing other than just the learning curve. You're coming to the absolute 1% best in the world at a game that hundreds and tens of hundreds of millions of people have played. So it's going to make sense that there's a bit of a steep learning curve once you finally get up here, Juice. We did it. We went through our day, man. We're halfway through the day. You and I will not be here tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to take a look at the bracket and catch you guys up on all the action. But Juicy, is there anything that you want to say about that last matchup that we saw?
Nothing much. I'm just really happy that Ardan's able to bounce back after the tilt in the upper bracket. Looking at the decks here, game 1, I mean, I think Ardan played this well. I was a little bit worried. Like, I feel like the tilt was coming through a little bit as he just like desperately went at the end just to try and finish the game. Pretty risky play. Usually we don't see that type of play. Usually we see solid defense first and then finish the game methodically. But he got that win, and that was his bounce back moment. Game number 2 here. He brought a solid deck. This is a really interesting Mega Knight bridge spam deck. Usually this Mega Knight deck would absolutely demolish a Hog Rider deck, but the Firecracker from Ali is what allowed him to really stay in it. The Rage and the Lightning, those are 2 cards you don't really want to play onto a Firecracker. But the game-changing moment was when Ali did not protect that one Firecracker correctly. If you could have kept it alive with the Goblins instead of allowing the splash from the Mega Knight, I genuinely think that Ali wins this game. But yeah, you got a little bit unlucky, or I guess it's not luck. You got to play your Goblins 1 tile up. I mean, it's the little things that count in the Clash Royale League. I mean, this is the best players in the world. You have to play perfect if you want a chance to qualify.
Yeah, we've said it forever, and we'll say it for as long as we can, is you got to protect your glass cannons. You really, really have to, especially one like the Firecracker that is so hard to get on top of when you don't have the right response. All right, we've ran you through this a few times, and we're going to do it one more time. Lucas and Sub still alive. Both of them playing very, very well. Both of them, honestly, well, you got Sub at least taking out a world champion along the way. Lucas taking out a former world finalist against GencAslan. So really excited to see those matches after we get through our lower bracket. Of course, we have two of them, which is Mohamed Light and Kitashiyan, which is really cool. Battle of the old, battle of the new, although Kita's been showing up a lot more in 2025, and he's been doing a lot of really good stuff. Kita 2-0ing Ardan Toas was pretty surprising to me, Juicy, honestly. I did really not expect a 2-0 there.
Yeah.
And then when you look at the bottom of the screen, we got Sandbox, Aslan, Mugi, Ardan all surviving. So, guys, just because we got to say it, when you look at it, you've got 8 people remaining. All of them have been to World Finals before, and I do not think that that is an accident. Kita obviously back in teams, but everyone else, the experience shining on through. Juicy J, any final thoughts on your day? Since unfortunately, I know for me and the audience, you will not be here tomorrow. I will not either, but anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye?
All I gotta say is I love casting these matches. We gotta see Mo pop off. We gotta see Mugi play well. There's 3 world championships or 3 world champions in today's monthly finals, and it's just really cool to see all these players advance and accumulate points. Once again, guys, tomorrow, same time, same place, monthly finals will be finishing out. We'll see who gets that golden ticket to qualify for World Finals, that silver ticket in second place to qualify for the last chance qualifier, and of course, every advancement, more money, more points to try and qualify that way too. It was amazing to cast this. Andrew, take us out of here.
I'm so curious what happens with the silver ticket if that guy wins a gold ticket, or let's say Sub wins another silver ticket. Does that go to third? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Rich and Josh will have to figure that out tomorrow. Juice, I think you said everything great. Had a great time today. Really excited to see how things close out tomorrow. The meta was really, really interesting. So happy to see Mortar on top. Remember, guys, every month, we're going to be giving away golden tickets, silver tickets. We're going to be going to World Finals at the end of October. As you said, DreamHack Atlanta, October 31st, November 1st and 2nd. For Jackson, Juicy J Wall, I'm Andrew Guy. For everyone in the Clash Royale League, Esports Royale, and everyone running the gold edition of the CALALAS Cup, we will see you here, same time, same place, mañana.